Holding. Bit of toast. Stuck. Hi, Christina. Welcome. Strap in. 3 hours. 42 minutes. This is the lovely SK. No problem. Yay. Happy weekend. Woohoo. Has the echo gone? Bit of toast. Unstuck. Hell. Much better. Oh. What the fuck? You know what? It is a bit far. Right. Right. Oh. Don't worry. I can hear it now. Ahoy. Right. Let's see. Headphones. Oops. Yeah. I've got. Right. Maybe. Put. Where Where have I gone wrong? I watched those videos. Right. Settings. Hmm. Repeat, repeat. It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, don't worry. As long as everyone's fine with it, fine with it. I don't know where I'm going wrong. I watched three videos to see where I was going wrong. And I thought it fixed it. Right. Let's start. Okay. Sunnin. On you go.
This is going to be recorded over multiple days, so my facial hair will grow, my shirt will change, and I am going to enjoy a non-alcoholic beer with each of the daily recordings that I do. So, yeah, you're probably going to need one as well because there's just a lot to get through. So, crack open your beer and let's. Oh, that's good. Let's start and really get into why Keir Starmer is completely fucked. Yeah, see that? That's a good pour. It looks a lot less. I don't know what I was expecting from this drink, but I'm not sure. I was like, oh, I don't think I was expecting this. I'll try a little bit. It's actually really nice. That's really nice. Centrists, liberals, stormtroopers, whatever you call yourselves, it's over. Okay, I can't take myself seriously doing this. We'll get to why I think Keir Starmer is completely finished as a politician, but I wanted to open with that because a lot of you were really smug in the comment section of my last video about Keir Starmer, and I don't begrudge you that. All engagement counts on YouTube, and some of you were pretty funny, especially in hindsight, it turns out. That's partly why I'm returning to the topic of Britain's second least popular Prime Minister of recent times, because it's important for us to reflect upon our views when new information presents itself, and we have to be open to the idea that we're wrong. Sometimes we just look at the information in front of us and we misread it. Equally, we have to be open to the idea that we fucking nailed it. At least mostly. I think you might be able to tell which way I'm leaning in terms of my own analysis of Keir Starmer. Without wanting to be too off-putting and to do a victory lap too early, I want to extend two questions to the people who insisted I was wrong or who chose to just be less constructive in the comments.
The hell did that happen? Hold it, payment. Go. Oh, crap. Give me a minute. Much better. Much better.
Of the last video I did about the Prime Minister, then Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer. And my question is this: is this what you wanted? I'm genuinely curious as to how you think he's doing and why you think that. I think if I'm willing to engage in this exercise, which is at least partially self-reflection, and looking to see if I was actually analysing him correctly, then I think it's only fair that I invite you to do so as well. Were you right, or were you like economist Danny Blanchflower, insisting that you didn't vote for what Labour were clearly running on, and were secretly hoping Keir Starmer was lying, and had a bunch of plans they were keeping from the public? I don't mean to pick on anyone in particular, but it just seems to me that if you'd looked at Starmer's conduct, not even as far back as I decide to go, but simply from the 2019 election up until July 4th, 2024, and you just assumed that his trajectory from pseudo-leftist to God's perfect moderate who offers stability but also change was him becoming more comfortable with who he really was as a politician, you wouldn't have looked as stupid as Danny Blanchflower and a great number of liberal and centrist commentators and outlets. A particular flashpoint where people realized that actually Keir Starmer wasn't what these people actually wanted was the budget and the build up to it. We'll get into a lot more detail on that, but when The Guardian, a paper that was practically devoted to the cause of Starmer's ascent to Prime Minister, put out editorials saying that they're being too gloomy, then you know that people might be experiencing just a tiny bit, a little tiny bit of buyer's remorse. I'm not saying that the Guardian is there yet, or that everyone is there yet, but if you win a loveless landslide, you kind of need to nail everything, otherwise people will turn on you quickly. There are also former acolytes of Tony Blair despairing about how their anointed successor is getting on, with this fantastic quote that they are a bunch of librarians and academics in charge of a government, which to me implies the opposite of the actual problem, which is that Keir Starmer and the Labour government are actually very unintelligent and unintellectual, or at least affecting that they are. You get the picture though. A lot of people who should support Starmer or supported him in the past aren't especially happy with him. Now, in fairness, it's not everyone.
Correct.
There are some people who still adore Starmer. Britain's worst journalist and biggest sycophant, James O'Brien, seems to still support him. So he's got the former Boris Johnson voters locked in at least. That's good. But this clip of him basically saying, if you don't want Starmer to succeed, you must hate Britain, is just...
Bollocks.
well, it's
bollocks.
something. Just check it out. Just check it out.
That was a boring speech by a boring man dealing with the boring business of getting Britain back on its feet. And if you don't like that, you don't like Britain. If you don't want him to succeed, you don't want Britain to succeed.
In a sense, I get it. If you very publicly support someone and they turn out to be shit, it's a little bit embarrassing. But it's probably a little more embarrassing to be in a cult of personality for a man who claims he can't really say if he's strictly an optimist or a pessimist. And no, he doesn't know if he's an extrovert or an introvert either. I've never really thought about it. I don't know what that tells you. He doesn't know what he dreamed last night, or ever. I just don't dream. Just hits the pillow at 11 and bang, is out until around 5. He doesn't have a favourite novel or poem, wasn't scared of anything as a child. Nothing, no phobias. Say what you want about other cults of personality, but the figure...
Christ. That makes sound like not human. People might agree with that. I guess.
the center of a lot of these cults of personality at least dreamed, usually. All of this is to say that no matter where you sit on this question of whether Keir Starmer and his government are what you wanted, you're almost certainly not alone in that view, because even his partisans have split on the topic of whether he's the biggest tool his dad ever made. I want to give you a sneak peek at the ending of this video and offer you my thoughts as to where this is going.
Wow.
Starmer's prospects of leaving a noticeable legacy are gone. He's completely fucked it in the first 6 months, and now it's impossible for him to recover in a way that will result in us remembering him as anything other than an interregnum made flesh. Now, that's not to say that it's impossible for him to recover and that he can't use his absurdly huge majority to do big things, but honestly, do you think he's going to do that? I'm not saying 6 months in that he should have fixed every single problem the UK has. No government of any political persuasion would have managed to do that. What we should at least have is a sense of what the direction of travel is going to be and what Keir Starmer and his government actually wants to do to get there. I'm saying this honestly. I have no fucking clue what the plan is meant to be. He recently relaunched his failing premiership, which we will talk about in a little bit, and I came out of it more confused than I did before. Apart from the fact that he's internalized the conservative idea that civil servants are why the government is failing, if you think you know Keir Starmer's
Stop pausing.
plan, please share it with us, because he's either unwilling or unable to communicate it to such an extent that, and I realize this makes me a hostage to fortune, I won't make another video about him after this, because he's just a non-entity. So yeah, Starmer supporters, if there are any left watching after that, is this what you wanted? Is this weird pink slab of a man who made starving children his first big principled, stand as a politician, as prime minister, and who's just so bad at this, the peak of your political vision? Please, I'm sincerely asking, please share with us what you think. Let's have another sip. Ooh, it's a long recording session. Oh, I hope you didn't hear that. I hope you didn't hear that slurp. Right, let's carry on. This leads me to my second question. Regardless of whether you wanted this program of
Oh. Carry on, son.
think it's working or not, the public have made up their mind about it. And it's not going well, is it? The truth is, this was predictable to some extent. While Starmer's personal ratings weren't the best, and they seemed to get worse during the election, that deterioration was nothing compared to Labour's polling drop, illustrated here by the graph on Wikipedia, which, we're just going to assume that's reasonably accurate for now. There's no evidence for this.
Who is it? Right. Top to bottom. Weber. Red. Obviously. The Tories. In blue. Lib Dem. And this. Orangey. Yellow. Reform. And the kinda aqua. Green. Obvious. And there's SNP. Would you look at that drop?
And it's a counterfactual, but Labour's decline and then underperformance suggests to me that Rishi Sunak may actually have been onto something by calling the election early. It's just that he managed to fuck it into the sun even worse than Starmer with that whole D-Day shenanigan. Regardless, it's clear that the British public were not overly enthusiastic about Labour when they were coming into office. In fact, Starmer has the lowest majority winning percentage of the popular vote ever. And the fact that he's contending with the fact that the more the British public saw of him, the more they disliked him, should have told us that being Prime Minister, a role that is somewhat notorious for being in the public eye, wouldn't be to his benefit. In fairness, this doesn't automatically mean that he'd do a bad job as Prime Minister. You could be competent and dislikable. In fact, I'd say that's a more common combination than we like to think. It's just that much like Liz Truss, who I also did this kind of video about, I was kind of astonished at the speed at which the wheels came off. That I think Starmer would be a bad or unpopular Prime Minister. Yeah, I said so in the last video about him. Did I think I'd have so much material to demonstrate that 6 months in? No, but I realise now that was more out of hope that I wouldn't have to do this again. But here we are. Instead, I have to make this video, and part of the reason why is that the British public did something a little odd. Usually when a Prime Minister wins an election, or someone does surprisingly well in an election, the public gives them the benefit of the doubt. You get a little poll boost, and people generally go, yeah, fair enough, let's see what they do. I actually think this is a really decent instinct from a lot of the public. You can see it here in this graph from YouGov of Keir Starmer's approval. The little post-election bounce, you can see it there a little bit. I do think it's fair to give someone a chance to prove you right or wrong. Now, you'll notice on this graph pretty quickly, his approval rating starts to decline. It wasn't anything especially worrying in and of itself, but it was a portent of things to come. Get ready for more graphs, by the way, everyone. By the 22nd of September, Keir Starmer's personal ratings had dropped to -30 with YouGov, which at the time was his lowest rating with them. This rating was 0 on the 18th of July, which is, to put it in the mildest terms, incredible rates of fucking it. Okay, maybe that's just you.
July the 14th. July the 18th. Hang on.
Rating was 0 on the 18th of July, which is, to put it in the mildest terms, incredible rates of fucking it.
That was 2 weeks after the election. Election to zero and less than a month. Can you make this stop?
Okay, maybe that's just YouGov, right? Maybe they have a methodology that's different. Wrong! More uncommon polling.
Ta-da!
In 50 days from the 22nd of July, Keir Starmer's good job and bad job rating drops by 32 points to -20, which, to be clear, is an astonishing drop in how the public perceive the job a new government is doing. It's borderline a Liz Truss style collapse in sentiment. Starmer also ended up becoming less popular than his predecessor Rishi Sunak in September. A general collapse in his cabinet's ratings, as demonstrated in this graphic from The Guardian. The thing that surprises me more than anything is that some of these people had positive net approvals in the first place. I'm seriously asking, who had a positive opinion of Wes Streeting before the election? I mean, maybe Wes Streeting.
How the fuck did Streeting have favourable ratings? I don't get it. Lammy? What the fuck? Oh. I thought Rayner's would have been higher. That's odd. Lammy's never been liked. Not really. Christ. Reeves was +10? +10? Huh. What was his? 20? Look at that drop. He deserves it. Obviously. I'm living it. I detest them all. Not quite as much as the Tories. Not yet at least. That's until Wes or Rachel try to screw me over.
But really, they found other people? Though I guess being a part of this government corrected that issue quickly. In fact, I want to quote this fantastic part of another Guardian article from September as well. Apparently, September was a big month for people realizing Labour and Starmer were shit. But the quote is, after barely 3 months, the voters found themselves, in the words of Suzanne, a lecturer, quite disappointed. I'm picking up really bad vibes, which may feel shallow, but honestly, it does kind of sum up the issue. If you wanted a less shallow summary with data, then might I recommend the report by More in Common titled 100 Days of Labour, which goes into quite a bit of detail over how public perceptions of the Labour government have taken shape over their time in office. I have a link to it in the sources document, but...
Oh, by the way, I'm going in blind. I was waiting until I wanted to stream this. So first time for me. I'm enjoying it. Carry on, SK.
There are only really 2 graphics I want to show you. This first one showing that across all age groups, people are less optimistic that Labour will do a good job in government, which is kind of hard to comprehend when you think about it. But I also want to apologise on behalf of the 25 to 34-year-olds who really need to get a clue about what's going on and how shit Labour are, though judging from my own channel's demographics, I'm probably at least reaching the right people. Hello. Say hi if you're between the ages of 25 and 34, like me.
Oh.
The other one I want to show you is this graph of Keir Starmer's approval rating, which is also, frankly, astonishing. Yeah, he gets the little post-election bump that you would expect, but look at how quickly his ratings have collapsed. To put this into context, in case you think it's normal, in October, Keir Starmer had the worst approval of any Prime Minister after 4 months in the job. The only comparable one was Rishi Sunak, his predecessor, who just got 23% at the last election, and Rishi Sunak was more popular than Keir Starmer at this point. To illustrate just how dramatically the British public's mood has shifted, I want to make a little comparison. The 2024 election is characterised correctly, given the seat distribution, as a landslide. Labour got over 400 seats. Arguing against that categorisation, I think, comes across as a little bitter. And while I am bitter, I'm not going to deny that getting more than 400 seats is a big deal. If you take 4 elections that have been consensus described as landslides, 1983, 1997, 2019, and 2024, you'll see that these governments had a pretty decent period of being ahead of their opposition, with one notable exception. You could include 2001 in this, but I didn't because it kind of made it symmetrical, and I like that. You know, you have 2 Labour and 2 Tory landslides, and trust me, it's not going to change what I'm about to say. If you take these landslides and see how long it took for each of these governments to record a poll where they were either tied with or below their opposition, you see something curious. Let's walk through the data, which is from the Wikipedia page. Well, I took it from the Wikipedia page and just sort of worked it out from there. And we're going to assume everything's fine with that, but realistically, how are you going to fuck up storing polling data? I don't know. Thatcher, from her 1983 landslide, enjoyed a lead over Labour for 249 days. Blair, after his 97 win, had the lead for an unbelievable 1,233 days, which is kind of ridiculous and makes where we're going with this even more striking. Boris Johnson, after his 2019 landslide, and we have to bear in mind, there's a tiny bit of an asterisk here, given he enjoyed a pretty big bounce in the polls due to COVID. He lasted 260 days before Starmer caught up to him. Keir Starmer's lead across all polls lasted 98 days. He didn't even make it to triple figures. I didn't check, but this isn't just... I don't think this is just the fastest loss of a poll lead from a landslide. It might be the fastest for an election-winning prime minister on record. Keir Starmer had a reputation among people on the left before the election for dishonesty. Now that's partially because he pretty explicitly lied to the left of his party. So, you know, it's an earned reputation. He has a reputation as a liar because he lies. The rest of the public either don't care about the intricacies of internal Labour politics or think the left are pig people who deserve to be lied to. The problem with this, and it's something I and many other people have pointed out, is that you can't trust a thing a proven liar says or promises, because you're essentially making the wager that he's telling you the truth this time, or that he's lying to those other people. It's not really a stable foundation, and while the British public have re-elected at least once a person who lied on an industrial scale, it's still not a good sign that 60% of the British public don't think that Keir Starmer can be trusted to tell the truth. Now, a lot of this impression has been fed by the persistent scandals around donations and gifts Labour had to deal with pretty quickly. But I just want to highlight two kind of funny, just sort of not entirely serious examples that aren't related to that, because the man is just sort of just unable to control himself. He just loves lying. He's the Crumbopulous Michael of lying. Firstly, this clip of him talking about GB Energy, where, if you're being generous, he might be misspeaking, but it's funny to imagine that he thought he could get away with this.
Great British Energy already up and running and making decisions. So we're making
the legislation for Great British Energy hasn't been passed yet.
The other was Keir Starmer claiming that the Falklands War was personal to him because his uncle was on a ship that was torpedoed during the war, which no British ship was torpedoed during the Falklands War. They were bombed from the air, and Starmer did rush to correct himself. And I get that when everyone is looking at you all the time, your slip-ups are hyper-focused on, but it just feels like he can't help himself. To answer my own question that I'm asking in this section, it's not going well. You can see that just by the sequence of stories from various outlets pointing out that Keir Starmer basically fumbled this. He fumbled his opportunity, with one giving him 4 weeks to prove his government isn't dysfunctional, which, you know, good luck with that. But I guess he did manage it if he wasn't ousted. And there are now rumours, speaking of him being ousted, of a potential challenge by Wedge Keating for the leadership of the Labour Party, which, can I just say, is possibly the only person they could pick who's a worse communicator and more easy to dislike. So I am strongly encouraging Labour to put Wes Streeting in as leader. Do it and see what happens. In a sense, that's why so much of this video isn't going to be about Keir Starmer. Because even if they replaced him with Wes Streeting, or really just pick any old fucking person from that party, the fundamental problems go beyond him. It's just that Keir Starmer is probably the fourth worst person they had in 2019 who could have taken over the party. For the record, the only worst people would have been Wes Streeting, Jess Phillips, and Liz Kendall. Kind of depressing that two of those have actually run for Labour leader in the past, now I think about it. Oh, wow, this is a bleak video.
Liz Kendall.
During his conference speech, at least I think it was his conference speech, this is a quote taken from Pippa Crerar. I don't know how to say her name, I'm sorry. The political editor of The Guardian. So he said, according to her, all those shouts and bellows...
SK, I can help you. Pippa, it's Scottish. Her surname is Crerar. It's on the west coast. Quite far north. But she's Scottish. But she's Scottish. Sorry you struggled. Sorry you struggled.
Was the bad faith advice from people who still hanker for the politics of noisy performance, the weak and cowardly politics of fantasism. It's water off a duck's back, mere glitter on a shirt cuff. It's never distracted me before, and it won't distract me now. The thing is, you get to say that when you're, doing well, you're doing a good job, when the country doesn't think you're awful and shit at your job. Like I said earlier, by September, he was less popular than Rishi Sunak, the poster child for failure. Rishi Sunak managed to mess it up so bad that the political party that basically has every election rigged for them managed to lose. He is less popular than that guy. Sunak's successor as Tory leader is frankly a bizarre character called Kemi Badenoch, who's a weird culture warrior to the point that she's decided to beef with National Treasure David Tennant and cause a political discourse over sandwiches, which, I will admit, Britain does have form for this, but it still feels very tedious even by Britain's standards. He managed to give this absolute joke of a figure a head start with the first poll with her as leader showing the Tories ahead of Labour. As if it couldn't really get worse, there's now one poll showing Labour in third behind Reform. Is that an outlier? Sure, but you can't ignore the overall trend since the election. The prevailing public opinion is, it's fucked. And you see this with things like a petition demanding another election, getting millions, plural, of signatures. So many signatures that MPs had to debate it, which, look, is very funny, and I do think is kind of
Damn it. Damn it.
ridiculous in every sense of the word, but it is ridiculous for people to be like, let's have another go. And there are people who say Starmer resigning or calling an election would basically confirm that our political system is broken, to which I would say I came to that conclusion
It is.
around the indicative votes debacle where the Parliament rejected every plausible Brexit solution. But I'm digressing here. Does the petition matter? No. Is it very funny? Yes. That's all there is to it. I'd be mad at myself if I didn't bring it up, so that's why you get that. You know it's going bad for a British politician when they do a relaunch, and Keir Starmer loves a good relaunch. I couldn't track down every single one he did in opposition, mainly because there were so many, and it did feel like there was a time where it felt like just every other week he was on the TV doing another relaunch, explaining that he wanted to have a second, third, fourth, fifth chance at a first impression. And to be fair to him, he did win the election, so who's laughing now? He's already decided, though, as Prime Minister.
The reason, sorry. The reason Labour won is because we were all fed up of the Tories. Basically. Lesser of two evils, and all that nonsense. Essentially. The country are pissed off. Go away, you Tory ghouls. And look, we've basically got them in disguise now. Apparently, a Labour Party that hates Labour, as in the workers. Really? The party of the working people isn't them now. I would say SNP up here, and Greens and independents. The ones who either got booted by Labour, by Starmer, or other independents who are more left leaning. Fingers crossed. We get more of them.
To have a relaunch, which unveiled what he called the plan for change, which reminds me of this excellent moment after the Hartlepool by-election that I just need to share with you all in case you've never seen it.
But what does change mean in, say, policy terms?
It means stopping as a party, quarrelling amongst ourselves, looking internally and facing the country and setting out that bold vision for a better Britain and changing the things that need changing.
What is that vision?
That is the change that I will bring about.
We'll get to the substance of the plan and how it's a component of making things even more confusing, but it's also going to concentrate power into the hands of Starmer's new chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney, a weird hard-right guy who essentially imposed Starmer onto us. So cool, I'm glad that guy's getting more power. The speech was kind of pointless and confusing, a rehashing of a lot of old promises and policies that maybe we'd forgotten about. It also spent a lot of time trying to insist that, yeah, the government can do things and maybe that's not communism, which was kind of a surprising message from a British government, but also he's mad at civil servants. In fact, his main idea that I remember from it, and this perhaps speaks to how poorly it was communicated, was to give civil servants more paperwork. Which, if you think British bureaucracy is suffocating, then maybe give them less work to do. I don't know. They don't pay me the big bucks to make these decisions, but at least I think that kind of makes sense. The relaunch did not go down well, either with the public who still broadly think Starmer is a solid gold twat, but also with his own party. Labour figures from a broad range of factions, from Tony Blair-era veterans, Starmer allies, and lawmakers on the left of the party, said the mood was low. Several Labour MPs and aides told Bloomberg they were surprised by how poorly Starmer and Reeves were performing, and questioned whether they even had a plan for power or a way to communicate it. Now, in fairness, the people complaining are a self-selecting group, but this idea there's a communication issue runs through basically every political tendency, and you can even see it in that 100 Days of Labour report from earlier. Popular policies, and yeah, they do actually have some, are not communicated clearly. That alone condemns them as a project, to be honest, because if you can't win, then what can you do? The whole premise of the Starmer project at the early stages was, we're the people who know how to communicate. That old puff piece that ran a while ago about Starmer going on about how he can chair a meeting and he can take minutes. As if those are skills that qualify you to be Prime Minister, but it's just obvious he can't communicate what he wants to do. And in the absence of any actual information or direction, all we have to look at is what they're actually doing, which is not going to reflect well on them. Small spoiler alert, I guess, for the rest of the video. The political editor of The Times decided to make Starmer's various plans and missions and foundations into a diagram to try to explain what the intended direction of the government was. I'll throw it up on the screen and you can take a look at it while I'm talking about it. But to say that this is not immediately clear or simple or really communicable in any way, to be honest, it just, looking at this and trying to explain this would just make you sound like everyone's most hated middle manager, and that should probably raise some alarms. Basically, the messages we're getting from the government and the public's response to them makes it seem like they're a dying animal. Even if you think the government is doing good things or is just struggling under extenuating circumstances, the public doesn't. And I have bad news about who decides what happens to a government in the end in this country. Hi everyone, SK from the future here. It's my pleasure to tell you about this video's sponsor, me. This year on the channel has been the best I've had by far, and I'm hoping to build on it in 2025. And as a token of my appreciation for all of you and for those of you who have maybe been on the fence about supporting the channel, the top 2 tiers on my Patreon are available at 50% off until 1 past midnight on New Year's Day with the code 2Keith2Furious. That's the number 2, Kieth, the number 2, Furious. You know how to spell it. It will be on the screen. If you join those 2 tiers, you get early access to every video. You get to vote on the video topics. You get access to the super secret part of the Discord and sneak peeks at the scripts and the process behind making these videos. This will give you a chance to get those perks at a discount And if at the end of the month you decide you don't want to carry on, then no hard feelings, you know? There's so many talented creators and artists out there. I get it. But if you do fancy it, then it'd be a big boost to me and to the channel. And if you don't, or you're not in a position to right now, then liking, commenting, subscribing, and sharing the videos, joining the Discord, all of these things are free, and they really do help me know where to take the channel. And I appreciate it just as much. Maybe even more, actually. Thanks everyone for the amazing 2024 that I've had. And with that, I'll hand it back to SK from the past. Or are they in the present for you? God, I hate time travel. Just go back to them. One of the biggest arguments you'd run into during the election was that we needed to get the Tories out. But the mere act of removing the Conservatives from government would reset our politics, and that the shift in our political culture would more or less immediately yield significant improvements. To some extent, I kind of get this. The Tories were clearly unfit to govern, and had been that way for a long time. I would have argued they were never fit for office, but a critical mass of the British public came to this conclusion at different times, and we know the rest of that story. If you had said, we need to get the Tories out despite Labour being shit because the vibes alone would improve things, to me in 2015 I may have looked at Ed Miliband and been persuadable. I didn't vote Labour in 2015, so clearly I wasn't the low-hanging fruit collected by this, but I could at least have seen the legitimacy behind the idea. Part of that is because I just didn't pay as close attention to things when I was 21 and panicking about my exams at uni. In 2024, it may not shock you to know that I was less convinced by this argument than I was in 2015. The basic requirement for getting the Tories out should be not having Tories in your government or appointed to lead major areas or, you know, in important positions. We don't want Tories in important positions. Fair play to Keir Starmer. He cleared the absolutely subterranean bar of not appointing a Tory to his cabinet. Even if we might say that the bench for Labour is a little thin, he resisted the temptation. I genuinely believe he would do it if he thought he could get away with it. One thing Labour promised in 2024 was that a review into sentencing would be carried out because, according to Labour, it's all out of date. I had no illusions that Keir Starmer, a man famous for bringing in night courts to send people to prison for stealing bottles of water, was going to produce a more lenient sentencing structure, especially if he picked a Labour figure to lead the review, since the party has a pretty deep and nasty authoritarian streak that we'll probably talk about in a little bit, actually. Did Keir Starmer pick a Labour figure to oversee this wide-ranging review into sentencing? No, he picked David Gauke. Now, if you remember that name, it's mostly because of this clip from our parliament.
It appears that, as has happened on many occasions, the Chancellor has chosen to uncork the Gauke.
Which is fun, but the other place you'll have heard of him is from being a Tory MP. So we voted Labour and got a Tory overseeing one of the few major policy promises they made. Now, you might be about to jump in and say, well, what if he has expertise in that area? And he's not a proper Tory, he voted against Brexit, and that makes him a good Tory. To which I'd say, you didn't say get the bad Tories out. You said get the Tories out. All of them. And David Gauke...
Gawk. Just like the rest of them. This scum. Enough said.
Was the Toryest of the Tories for most of his time in Parliament. To take two policy areas, one relevant to what he's doing for Labour and one relevant to the characters that Starmer is willing to tolerate around him. David Gauke consistently supported the exact austerity politics that Keir Starmer connects with the Tories' general mismanagement that led to the main issue facing the UK. Namely that everything is fucked and nothing works. So Keir Starmer is happy to have someone who voted for policies that were engineered to kill portions of the British public to review sentencing. I'm not
people like me. 330,000 excess deaths. The Tories are ghouls. Don't appoint them to anything. Appoint them. Thank you.
let that sink in for a second. Worse than that, though, if you want a sense of the direction this is going in, if you look at how he voted on what we would call home affairs, but we may as well call the racism and punishment department, he's pretty much taken the authoritarian and restrictive path on everything. More mass surveillance, harder borders, making it easier to revoke someone's British citizenship, which is an issue that threatens every potential dual national in the country. You might say, SK, come on, that's just one area, and it's just one Tory. What matters is...
Shanna, darling. Welcome. SK, the Crusader. He is awesome. And this is going to be on for a while. I asked him earlier on if I could stream it. And he said, hell yeah. Yeah. I thought I'd fixed it. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Guess I need to watch a couple more videos. Oh well.
What they're actually doing. Which, fair enough. Let's talk about what they're actually doing and whether we think we've got the Tories out. Let's talk about our local councils. Ooh, exciting. Generally speaking, if you live in Britain, the council area you live in has had its funding reduced, which is bad news because, as your council tax bill probably tells you, your local council is responsible for a lot of things, like the bins being collected or social care, which both are important in different ways. The extent to which your local council has been cut varies. If you live where I grew up, your local council services have probably not been touched that much. The Wokingham council area is a land before austerity. It's also a land that up until 2024 reliably voted Conservative. Who's to say whether that affected whether they got cut or not? If you
it posted itself. Are you? Woohoo! Back home. Say hi to Kathy. Give me a minute. I need to refill. Shall we?
You live where I do now, though, which is Nottingham, a council that's notoriously going bankrupt and being forced to implement bruising cuts, the city has lost around £100 million a year because of the cuts to central government grants. Part of the reason Wokingham is fine while Nottingham is collapsing is the central government grant was cut in a politically motivated way, or at least it has the appearance of that. The other is that Wokingham is one of the least deprived places.
No. Your council, your current one, SK. It was politically motivated because historic Labour City, the city itself, surrounding areas are a mix of Lib Dem and Tory. Historically, with maybe changes every 10 years, maybe. But Nottingham has always been Labour. So Tories cut it. No surprise.
In the country, and so one of the ways that local councils have to raise revenue, council tax, can actually be levied on people and they don't suddenly get their disposable income wiped out. There has been a cap on council tax rises, one that allows a real terms increase. This is a policy the Conservatives implemented that probably kneecapped a lot of councils and was designed to force Labour backing areas into bankruptcy. That's how I view it anyway. But it allowed for a highly regressive and frankly confusing tax because I have no clue what qualifies certain places I've lived in to be in the council tax band that they were in, to keep crushing the poor. So you would think Labour would depart from this, because if getting the Tories out matters and you're resetting politics, well then actually funding councils properly and not constantly allowing this bizarre and unfair tax to keep being increased in a way that fucks over people during a cost of living crisis would be a way to do it, and it'd be a pretty good way to do it. They're keeping the cap as it is, and it's probably going to result in around £100 extra out of your pocket if you live in a typical place in Britain. £100 out of my pocket per year is not the end of the world, but do you think that's the case for everyone? Or do you think that's going to fuck people and local councils over in exactly the way it would under the Tories? Maybe you think this is just a difficult decision. Nothing Toryish about that framing, by the way. So what else have I got? It's not a secret that the British economy hasn't seen any significant growth over the past 14 years. It's basically been what every single political project over this period has tried to offer a solution to. The Tories decided that the best way to solve the problem was through austerity, the stated goal of which was to reduce the debt to GDP ratio in order to create growth. In reality, we had barely any growth, a transfer of wealth from the poorest to the richest, and nothing works anymore. So, mission accomplished, I guess, if you're a Conservative. They also proposed, and this formed part of the Leave campaign's...
The Tories have essentially driven the country into the ground. And Labour are carrying on, basically doing the same thing. What do they think it's going to fucking happen? Hopefully, lots more people will get fucked off. Get upset. And forget Labour, and move on to Greens, Independents, SNP, parties like that.
Pitch in the 2016 referendum that British business and the British economy was just unable to produce the growth that was expected because of excessive regulations, all five, and yes, there were five, of the Conservative Prime Ministers we've had since 2010 have mentioned red tape or regulations as something to be cut through for the sake of growth. In fact, just to take a specific point, Rishi Sunak's government, specifically Kemi Badenoch, and I wonder what she's up to now, unveiled something called smarter regulations. Oh, I'm already excited. Which would involve improving regulators' focus on economic growth by ensuring regulatory action is taken only when it is needed and any action taken is proportionate. I think on reading this, we would all agree that this is a signal towards deregulation. In fact, the government news article press release thing that's from literally says, the first dynamic package of deregulatory reforms to grow the economy, cut costs for businesses, and support consumers was unveiled today. Did these measures unveiled in May 2023 result in noticeable growth in the economy and save the Sunak government from the Liz Truss black hole they fell into? No, it failed, because the issue isn't regulation. It's that there's no investment from either the private or public sector. And the things that produce the most long-term growth are often the first things cut. Even if we can't agree that this is bad, I think we can agree that it's a failed approach. So Keir Starmer is doing something different, right? That's what he must be doing. He's going to stop pressing the deregulation button in the hopes that it summons the growth fairy, right? He's going to do that, right? Wrong. From the Financial Times, Sir Keir Starmer on Monday called on global investors to unleash the shock and awe of investment as he vowed to rip up Britain's bureaucracy and tell regulators to prioritise growth. Which is pretty much exactly what the previous Conservative government said about regulators. This is also an interesting part of what he said. Starmer told the meeting at London's Guildhall he would tell regulators the key test of regulation is, of course, growth, and that ministers would back cutting-edge sectors through a new industrial strategy, which we can agree is both the exact same as what the Tories said and fucking detached from reality. The key test of regulation isn't growth, it's whether it's preventing market excesses from crashing the whole economy or preventing us from having chocolate bars that are more rat shit than chocolate. Okay, so maybe they're following essentially the same plan with regulations, but maybe that's not enough for you. Maybe you think that's fine, that we just need one more round of deregulation and suddenly the growth fairy will arrive and shower us with the line going up. So why are Labour copying the Tories on benefits as well? That might feel like an exaggeration, but when you see front pages like this from the Daily Mail, which features an exclusive on Starmer's government, from Starmer's government too, so you can't get mad at me for using this as a source, he's talking to them, you do have to wonder what's really different about this government. Honestly, who is this for? How is this different from what a Conservative government would be doing? Well, I mean, there's one way it would be different, which is that Labour and Keir Starmer are able to get away with it without criticism from certain quarters. If you're wondering if these are the same plans as the Tories, yes, they are. Work and Pensions Secretary Liz Kendall will press ahead with £1.3 billion in annual cuts to the UK's sickness benefits announced by the previous Conservative government, according to people briefed on the plans. Now, you might say, well, that's just one part of the plan. Maybe there's a long-term plan to improve the quality of life for those out of work. Well, no.
I don't like Liz Kendall, as you can guess, because on benefits. So I am scum to her, and Rachel Reeves, and more than likely, Prime Minister.
Keir Starmer, Liz Kendall, and really any other relevant government figures' language around this has been based on, tightening the criteria for benefits or bringing down the benefits bill or forcing people to take up training to retain their benefits. And I don't mean to be like this about it, but people who remember the new Labour government will remember similar things. And from what I've heard, all of that training was just a way to waste your time or make you work for pennies for someone. This particular iteration of the plan, though, was pretty directly taken from the Tories, to the point that even the Tories weren't mad at them for stealing from them. I'll talk more about Keir Starmer's government's approach to benefits later in this video, but I want to make the point now that not everyone who is out of work can work or can work the same amount of time as an able-bodied neurotypical person, which is why this obsession with forcing people into training or work is going to end badly. You get the spectacle of a BBC article claiming people hospitalized because of their mental health are going to get visited by jobs coaches while they're still in hospital. Now, this was denied later, but the fact that it was even plausible just speaks to how inhumane this approach is, and how even compared to the Tories, they're pushing the boundaries of how awful our benefit system can be. On that note, Labour are not sending historic documents around the development of the work capability assessments that have terrorised people in this country for archiving. Now, this is very technically them covering for New Labour rather than the Tories. But it's important to note that not sending these documents for archiving, at least as far as I can tell, started under the Conservatives. If you want to know why it's important that these documents are archived and made available to researchers, you can see it in this part of a Disability News Service article describing what had been found from previous archived material. Records previously released to the National Archives have shown how the bureaucratic violence of the Department of Social Security, which later became DWP, grew slowly during the 1990s through the actions of ministers and senior civil servants who devised the all-work test, a forerunner of the work capability assessment, which was introduced in 1995. Now, why would the Tories and Labour both want to prevent this information from being available for research, especially information from after 2002?
Good question.
That's for them to explain. I think that there's some very unflattering things in there that would indicate senior government figures knew their decisions would result in people's lives being ruined, and worse. The thing is that without that archive, I can't prove it, and neither can anyone else. Still, it doesn't bode well that there's a cross-party consensus on not archiving what we're doing to disabled people. The issue of immigration has been on the mind of the British people since approximately my entire fucking life. Rishi Sunak during the election really wanted you to vote for him so that flights to Rwanda could get off the ground as part of Britain's long-standing policy of just asking, can't someone else do it with regard to just basically everything? But in this case, we'd be outsourcing our own responsibility to refugees. Credit where it's due to Keir Starmer. He cancelled the Rwanda plan. In the last video, I pointed out that his and Labour's objections were less about our obligations to people or a moral argument against it, but just that it was a waste of money. Now, it was a waste of money. Don't misunderstand me. But the thing is, if your objection isn't that something in principle is wrong, but that it costs a lot, then you just go looking for cheaper ways to do it. We'll get to a couple of specific examples of this later in the video. But for now, let's go across the world to the Chagos Islands, which will be ceded to Mauritius, I think, will be. The UK's made a deal with them about that, but they've also made a deal with one of their overseas territories, and I will reveal it in the quote because you can probably tell I'm a little excited to share this with you, to deport anyone who arrives by small boat to the Chagos Islands to this overseas territory. Now, this is pretty directly the Rwanda plan on a smaller scale, and according to this overseas territory's government, no new migrants have arrived on the British Indian Ocean Territory since 2022. However, under this contingency arrangement, the UK will transfer future migrants who arrive on the British Indian Ocean Territory to St. Helena, where the St. Helena government will assume responsibility for the migrants' welfare. Even if the number is 0, the idea is the same as the Rwanda plan, which speaks to how shallow the disagreement was with the principles behind it, and opens the doors to other similar plans, which we will talk about. Also, did you catch which overseas territory it was? St. Helena. As in that St. Helena where we sent Napoleon after the Napoleonic Wars. I think it was the 100 days after that we sent him off there. We're now going Napoleonic on the small boats. I guess the British Navy is all that is standing in the way of Napoleon. One last one, then I think I can summarise my point. The last Conservative government tried to pass a series of laws, basically under every Prime Minister they had, to restrict peaceful protests, which of course raises the question, if peaceful protest is forbidden, what should we do instead? But that's for another much more controversial video. But now we're going to keep it really uncontroversial. The Sunak government passed an anti-protest law that was found to be unlawful by the courts, and it was just quashed. It was got rid of. And the government, well, Sunak's government, tried to appeal this because, of course they did. When we got a new government, you might have thought, well, I bet the Labour Party would drop this and just have the already repressive laws we had before and satisfy themselves with that. You know by now, you know how this is going to go. They're back in court trying to appeal it, and you have to ask, what Labour want with these anti-protest laws, considering how unpopular they already are? Or, given how unpopular they are, who will get their hands on these powers if they're found to be lawful on appeal? We'll talk more about this authoritarian streak and where it might come from, but for now, understand, this is what the Tories would have done if they were in government. Which, you know, I thought we got the Tories out. What's going on? Why are there so many areas where they just do the same things as the Tories? My point in all of this is to ask, can we please stop patting ourselves on the backs about how we got the Tories out, or how we need to keep them out, or how the Tories are worse? This is a Labour government. It's supposed to be better than the Tories, and yet there's so much continuity that you have to wonder, did we get the Tories out? I get it. The Tories deserved what they got at the 2024 election. They got 23% of the vote and the fewest seats they've ever got. But did we replace them with something substantially better? I've not even got into the ways they've conducted themselves on their own policy. These are just the things that they've kept from the previous government. It's not even all the things they've kept. But you would think that Labour, any Labour party led from any of its factions, would look at a political project that just got 23% of the vote and would try to at least move away from them. We need to stop thinking about this as a team game, like a sport. We need to start thinking about results. What is actually changing or staying the same? And whether we think that's good or bad. There's no point getting the Tories out if Keir Starmer is going to uncork the gork and keep cutting benefits. You know who else did those two things? The fucking Tories! Hey, do you remember New Labour? Most of my childhood was spent under the New Labour governments of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. Oh, I can feel the grave calling for me as I say this. There are people in the audience who will not remember very much about the New Labour government because you're too young.
I remember.
I'm just going to move past it. This has led to this contingent of younger people who don't really remember a lot of things about New Labour that we will talk about in a bit, like the authoritarianism or the racism or the benefits hawkism that we spoke about earlier with the Tories, where we have to cut benefits constantly. What they know about it is that they were the government when things kind of worked, then the Tories came in and then everything stopped working. I'm not going to tell you, just to take an example, that the NHS waiting times were longer under New Labour, because that would be a weird thing to say, because it's not true. But I will say that if you don't remember much about it, then I can see why you'd look at the last time things worked and would say, hey, maybe that's not so bad. As a political project and as a viable way of doing politics, New Labour's centrist economics and vague and flaky commitment to some limited social liberal politics and extremely suffocating right-wing populism, particularly on crime and on benefits, pretty much lost its relevance with the financial crash in 2008. All of that working was predicated on predictable, consistent, and relatively high growth, which we do not have anymore. Again, this is the problem every political project since 2010 has been trying to solve. Consider this. Before the last election, Labour were out of government for 14 years. To some extent, in those circumstances, I can understand reaching out to those who've been there and done that, even if it was a long time ago. Outdated institutional knowledge is still knowledge that can have value, but before the election, Starmer had noted associates of Jeffrey Epstein, Peter Mandelson, in his inner circle. Oh boy, I'm going to get in trouble for showing that picture, aren't I? To be fair, it's not all bad. Peter Mandelson also gave me one of my favourite moments of the last election, where he said he was sure that Praful Nagand was going to win in Islington North. I guess all I can say to that is, unlucky, mate.
That's Jeremy's seat. Nowhere to be seen. Well done. Chesa.
Still, the rumour was that he was going to become the UK's ambassador to America. So at least if that comes off, we'll be getting rid of him and just getting him out of here. So I guess that's kind of a plus if Keir Starmer sticks the landing on that. The important thing to take away is that New Labour is an outdated political project, and its architects and participants probably don't have a lot to offer a political movement of the 2020s. That hasn't stopped Keir Starmer dusting off the old address book and getting on his landline phone and, bringing back some absolute specimens from that era. One particular person of note is that Keir Starmer has managed to summon Jackie Smith from whatever crypt they kept her in, and has made her the Minister of State for Skills, which is an impressive thing given that she is a distinctly unskilled person. For those who are unaware, like if you're 25 or something, she was the Home Secretary for a couple of years, where she mostly did more authoritarianism. She also lost her seat in the 2010 election, so once again, we can't even be rid of these people when we vote them out, because they just get put in the Lords and then imposed on us anyway. She made it possible for people accused...
Isn't democracy fun?
Accused of terrorism. You will note an accusation that you can make to anyone with barely any substance to be detained without charge for 42 days. She also tried to create a database of everyone's DNA. Not criminals, which would still be wrong, just everyone's DNA. It was struck down by the European Court of Human Rights, and the DNA samples she'd already collected had to be destroyed. Okay, that does sound a lot more creepy than it already is. Like, she was going around personally collecting like 850,000 DNA samples. That is not how that works. She also used prisoners who were on release for the day as part of a charity-run scheme to, get them doing community work, to paint a room for her, which, I don't know, do it yourself or get a person in who you pay for their work. Like any other person in the world would when they don't want to paint a room in their house. I couldn't find whether these prisoners were paid for their work as part of the scheme, so I won't jump straight to Keir Starmer has appointed a person who's used slave labor to paint a room in their house, but it's pretty fucking close. Her excuse is spectacular, though. Ms. Smith said the prisoners didn't have anything else on, and she made a donation to the charity for their time. Oh yeah, they didn't have anything else on.
That's slave labour.
So it's probably fine. Just to say, fuck's
No, it
sake,
isn't.
I'm
No,
already
it
going
isn't.
mad doing this video. Oh my god. Another new Labour ghoul who's been summoned from the political graveyard is Alan Milburn, who, if you remember him, you'll know him as the guy who was in charge of the NHS under Blair. In fact, I think he was his longest serving minister. Now, to be fair, the NHS did hit a lot of targets under him. But on the other hand, he was the architect of the expansion of the use of PFI, a decision he still stands
In defence of Milburn, the funding did go up during New Labour. But yeah. on the flip side, PFI contracts in the NHS skyrocketed. We're still paying for them to this day. Stop fucking doing that.
by. All of these things were deeply controversial. Introducing something like PFI was pretty easy because we had a cash freeze in 1997, which lasted until 1999. I remember doing a press conference announcing the first wave of PFI, saying it's PFI or bust, and it was. The only mechanism that we had was to use private sector money in order to build NHS hospitals. It was born of necessity. So for him to be given a...
Was it bollocks? Up the funding. Simple. Bring in more tax. By raising capital gains. Raising corporation tax. Fucking hell. Raising the higher levels of income tax. Easy.
lead role by Wes Streeting, who constantly bleats on about how the NHS won't get new funding without reform, which is kind of an awful choice of words when you realise reform are pretty close to overtaking Labour in the polls in some of them, which also, spoiler alert for those unfamiliar, is always code for more private involvement, usually in the form of PFI, which I would say is suboptimal, because every time I bring them up, I use a different news story to highlight some ridiculous expense related to them. So here's another one. Oh, I'm so excited. In 2022, it was reported that some hospitals were spending more on servicing their PFI contracts than on the drugs they use to treat people. Almost as if we're allowing private enterprise to profit from healthcare at the expense of providing good treatment. God, I like, wow, shocking. Regardless of the fact that Labour have decided to roll back the years and have managed to pick out two complete liabilities, while they were also working with Peter Mandelson, who was forced more than once to resign from cabinet when he was a politician, for non-Epstein related reasons, just to be clear. I want to be clear, it was not because of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. It just speaks to how little this political project has to offer in the 2020s context. To the extent that these people had a mandate to govern or a connection to the political moment, it passed with the financial crisis at the latest, and more probably with the Iraq War. To use them isn't utilizing all talents without prejudice, or whatever else you want to call it. When you refuse to allow anyone to the left of Gordon Brown to have any significant role in policy or governing, I just don't buy it. One of the hallmarks of New Labour was this tendency towards moral panic. Part of that was the period of time they emerged as a political tendency. One particular moral panic that I want to remind us of is the ninja moral panic, which we had in the 80s and 90s, which resulted in this bizarre anti-Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sentiment that, well, yeah, let's just leave it there, because I really can't get into it. But do bear it in mind as I tell you that the Home Office has decided to ban ninja swords. I'm going to show you the official clip they put out from the Home Office Twitter account And just note the music, which I can only describe as street samurai music from Shadowrun. Now, this anti-knife sword sentiment has resulted in a number of policies to attempt to get knives off the streets, which I broadly agree with. No one wants stabbings, and Labour have decided that one of the ways they'd get so-called zombie knives off the streets was a surrender policy, where you'd exchange a zombie knife for an amount of money. I'm just going to read you this part of the BBC article on this and try not to laugh during it. An impact assessment shows the Home Office for owners would hand in 472 blades, resulting in compensation of about £14,000. Officials would not reveal the actual total, but said the results of the scheme would be published shortly. However, partial data from several police forces in England and Wales shows at least 39,000 knives were surrendered. One retailer in the West Midlands handed in more than 100 blades. Nottinghamshire Police said it saw 455 knives surrendered, while Avon and Somerset had more than 1,000. On the 9th of September, Luton-based Sporting Wholesale delivered 35,871 blades to Bedfordshire Police and made a claim for compensation. So what they've essentially done is allowed retailers who stock the knives to just have an infinite money glitch. I'm so glad the adults are in charge again. The Blair government introduced the infamous ASBOs, or antisocial behaviour orders, which were basically a way for the police to punish you for being black, or wearing a hoodie, or for playing on the grass when there's a sign saying don't play on the grass. This fixation with antisocial behaviour has always been used for an authoritarian end, which targets particular communities. It's not a surprise then that Labour want to give the police even more power, truly following on from the new Labour government, and might even send people to prison. But wait until you hear the name of what they're planning to issue people with. Respect orders. Respect. I promise you I'm not making that up. Here's a quote using that exact term. People who persistently demonstrate antisocial behaviour will face up to 2 years in jail under Labour's respect order. It's funny. They can't even be authoritarian without sounding like complete nerds. Like, respect order. Really? I don't want to distract from the actual bad underlying politics here, but it's hard when it sounds like a bad parody of itself. New Labour also worked to make law enforcement generally less accountable, and when there were incidents, the decisions made in the courts under laws made by New Labour generally sided with law enforcement and absolved them. Now, gee, I wonder if someone was in charge for some of these decisions, but hey, maybe there's another video that talks about that. Which is why it's concerning that they're immediately coming back to draw water from that well by planning to grant firearms officers who face a trial for, let's be honest, extrajudicially executing people, to grant them immunity unless they're prosecuted. That's an anonymity that's usually reserved for, like, children, or when there isn't really a public interest in naming the person. I don't know, if a police officer shoots someone, I think it's in our public interest to know precisely who's been accused. It's just a way to reduce accountability, and is all done under the guise of just allowing police to do their work, when their work is largely harassing protesting women, given the past few years of stories on that. There are other areas where this continuity is evident. The fact that Labour are raising tuition fees when New Labour introduced them, the training being mandatory for benefits, and the general benefits hawkism that we talked about earlier. We don't need to go into it again. The fact that they're raising social rents by more than inflation. Social housing, by the way, is usually occupied by those most in need of housing assistance. So that's great. You're making their lives fucking worse. You get the picture. My broad point with these last two sections isn't to say that you're inherently a bad person. If you look at historic political projects you're close to, there might indeed be things to learn or good ideas there. The problem with New Labour and with Rishi Sunak's Conservative Party and the Conservative Party generally is that these projects failed. Keir Starmer is looking at a Labour political project that returned Labour's actual worst result since 1935, and a Conservative one that just this year polled 23% among the British public at an election, and is saying what could go wrong while copying their homework. If you want to know what could go wrong, it's Keir Starmer. He's the result of these political projects, and he's continuing to impose them on us. Whew. And with that, we're through with day one. Cheers, everyone. Alright, everyone. It is day 2 of recording, and so you know what that means. Second beer. So let's, if you are drinking along with me, you are allowed your second beer now. I probably should have told you all that there were going to be 4 beers. But hey, you know, we all live and learn. So pour yourself out another beer. Mine is non-alcoholic, but yours doesn't have to be. And let's just carry on with this. See what happens. Very pale beer. Wow. Cheers, everyone. Day 2. It's not bad. Maintain it's not bad. Keir Starmer and his government have had what we might call a complicated time. And part of what's made it complicated is that Starmer really likes to make bold pronouncements that just kind of backfire in the funniest possible ways. Take his position on state handouts from an article in The Telegraph during the election campaign. Handouts from the state do not nurture the same sense of self-reliant dignity as a fair wage. It's reasonable, therefore, to believe that Keir Starmer does not want handouts himself. That if he were to receive handouts, or say, donations, that this would represent indignity for him. He's also known for having gone in very hard on issues of corruption or general trust in politics. You know, he's Mr. Rules, after all. He made a lot of political ground with Partygate, the scandal around whether or not Boris Johnson did in fact have a party that had been on the public record for around a year at the time it became a scandal.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
It would be pretty politically embarrassing and inconvenient if an appearance of corruption were to occur with him in charge, and that corruption came in the form of extremely odd handouts being given to him in exchange for political favours. Enter Lord Ali, a Labour peer and major party donor who was given a Downing Street pass. Now, this may not be unusual if, say, Lord Ali had a formal role in government and therefore needed that access to effectively execute in that role. He didn't, which raised some suspicion as to why he was given the pass. Someone might think that his cash allowed him access. Wonder if this has happened before in Britain. What unfolded was probably one of the oddest scandals I can remember, not because a politician was taking donations, as Labour's outriders love to point out. They do that all the time, and there are rules about it. It was odd because of the things that Keir Starmer was getting from Lord Ali. To say that Keir Starmer is not the most well-dressed man is the polite way to put it. So if anyone could use a little help with his wardrobe, it's probably him. Somehow, though, Lord Ali provided £16,000 worth of clothes, which Keir Starmer declared as money that was donated for private office expenses, which I feel like raises a lot of questions about what an office expense is, but anyway.
Good point.
It also raises a couple of questions that actually matter, which is if Keir Starmer is receiving designer glasses, expensive suits, presumably Lord Ali can afford to give him the best stuff. So why is he so poorly dressed so much of the time? I mean, I can't talk. My whole thing is band shirts and jeans. But I'm also not the Prime Minister, and people aren't excusing my clothing choices by saying that the only alternative is that I walk around in rags. Although, I did kind of do that in one video. The other part of this is you have to wonder what the arrangement actually is between Lord Ali and Keir Starmer, because there was a point where a news story about him buying Keir Starmer clothes would appear almost every day. Is the Prime Minister a major party donor's dress-up doll? Is it a kink thing? Like, I'm not shaming anyone. I just feel like we need to know. To be a tiny bit more serious, I think we need to understand who Lord Ali is. He's a peer who was elevated to the House of Lords by Tony Blair and made his money in TV, particularly reality TV, fashion and banking. He was also the first openly gay member of the House of Lords and was Tony Blair's go-to guy when he wanted to know about what young people were thinking, which sounds like the worst job in the world. He's also the Labour Party's biggest individual donor, giving over £700,000 to the party, which, you know, the guy talks a lot about just taking a salary because he doesn't want to think about, like, how much money he has and where it's going and what it's doing. But I have a small hunch as to one place where a lot of it seems to be going. His reaction to this scandal has been really funny because it kind of exposes how this is supposed to work and that the press aren't playing by the usual rules. When he was asked about the donations, he requested that the journalist not ask him about it because, and I promise you, this is a quote, "This isn't nice." I'd argue it's less nice to be on the receiving end of a government intent on making your life worse, while they gobble up all of the freebies they can, like they're staying in a hotel that's much nicer than they're used to. Still, I can see how this wouldn't make him feel good, so yeah, maybe he's right. Maybe it isn't nice. Maybe we should be kinder to the multi-million-pound donors. In terms of his politics, yes, he was a Blair appointee to the Lords. He was also one of the figures who were loudly opposed to Brexit and to Jeremy Corbyn, signing a letter which was made into a full-page advert in newspapers, essentially accusing him of deliberately encouraging anti-Semitism as leader. Accusations that kind of wilt in the face of the actual documentary evidence revealed after the 2019 election, but that's not the point here, and honestly, we don't need to relitigate that. Let's just power through it. The point is that Lord Ali is strongly aligned with the right of the party, and so his interest in providing gifts to Keir Starmer isn't just because he's a nice guy who's mates with Britain's biggest tool. I'll give him this. I doubt his money actually changed Starmer's mind on any policy, but the extent to which he gave him gifts created a problem for him when combined with just how much Starmer kept his snout in the trough. Before we dig a little into just how much Starmer has been doing that, I want to highlight what the two main issues are here, and they aren't issues of appearing to break the rules. I want to get out ahead of that because Starmer loves to style himself as Mr. Rules, and his defense has, as we'll see, depended on people saying that he's followed the rules, right? There are rules for declarations, and he declared things when he was meant to. Yeah, no one cares. It's not the problem. The issues are twofold, and they're the appearance of corruption and the appearance of hypocrisy. Now, of these two, the appearance of hypocrisy is much more of an issue, in part because Starmer pitched himself as a normalizing political force compared to the Tories, who were obviously corrupt. It's also just tough for the public to take this amount of money being given to politicians when Labour spent a lot of this time when this scandal was unfolding saying things would get worse for us before they got better. I want to direct you all to the Register of Members' Interests. MPs are required to declare interests, and you can go and look at Keir Starmer's Register of Interests yourself. A lot of the things that made the scandal a scandal were declared. Actually, it looks like they were declared before the election in some cases, which to me raises some questions as to how it became a scandal and when it became a scandal, but I kind of talk about that in another video, so, you know, just a subtle hint. This information is public. I encourage you to look through it. It'll be in the sources document, and please do look at other MPs and your local MP if you live in Britain and see if it raises any questions you want to ask your MP. With that general sort of civic duty bit out of the way, let's get back to Keir Starmer. One of the oddest episodes of this scandal was Keir Starmer being given a flap to use by Lord Ali, which he then claimed was for his son to use during the election for his GCSE revision. The quote from Keir Starmer just to confirm that this is what he said. My boy, 16, was in the middle of his GCSEs. I made him a promise that he would be able to get to his school, do his exams without being disturbed. Now that has face validity, right? I get it. You want your kid to study for his exams. Every parent, right? But it is kind of odd when, and I don't mean to be horrible about it, his son could have just gone to the library. Also, I'm not 100% sure about this, but the dates that the flat was given to Starmer for his use don't really quite line up with when a lot of GCSE exams were happening. Now, it could be that his son's exams were all backloaded, so he just had all of the ones that were in that part of the exam season. But it's still a little bit weird to blame your son for taking a donation that's now making you look bad. It is, as they say, not it. Fuck my life.
Delightful. Throwing your own son under the bus like that. Keir, what kind of father are you? Christ's sake.
Oh god, sometimes I hate myself doing these. The other major donation-related issue was Labour MPs and Keir Starmer just seemed to be getting tickets to every major event going, including Taylor Swift tickets, which I just don't want to imagine a bunch of briefcase-wielding geeks going to see Taylor Swift. Like, look, I'm not a Taylor Swift fan, a Swiftie, as I believe they're called, but it does feel a little disrespectful that they got these tickets. We're getting off track. Let me just recalibrate there. Keir Starmer has managed to rack up so many gifts it dwarfs practically every other recent party leader. With this particularly enjoyable quote from a Guardian article about it, the Prime Minister has accepted almost 40 sets of free tickets during his time as Labour leader, mostly to football matches, but also £4,000 of hospitality at a Taylor Swift concert and £698 of Coldplay tickets in Manchester. Which, my goodness, Coldplay, really? Like, at least have some taste, man. The question evolved naturally from how many tickets to who's providing the tickets. And it turns out it was the Premier League, which is the top division of English football, in the case of the Taylor Swift tickets, and football clubs for all of his time spent in the boxes watching his beloved Arsenal. These clubs in the Premier League are about to be subject to a new regulator. Wonder why they're giving Labour and Keir Starmer so many tickets.
Curious.
Well, I have an idea as to why, based on this quote. A large chunk of his free tickets have come from Premier League football clubs, many of whom are lobbying against the introduction of a football regulator first suggested under a fan-led review by Tracy Crouch. Interesting. That's all I have to say about that. How interesting. We'll get to how he justifies all those free tickets in a second. But before we get there, I just want to think about how Labour reacted to this scrutiny. Badly. The answer is badly. They didn't understand the problem, and they sounded really smug about how they didn't understand it. Initially, Starmer insisted that he was going to continue accepting gifts, which felt spectacularly tone deaf.
Stop
and
doing
then
that.
you read what he actually said, which was that there was a massive difference between declarations and corruption, which it feels like a distinction without a difference, to be honest, which shows that he at least had the sense to understand that people thought this looked dodgy, but then essentially insisted that actually, nah, it's fine, don't worry about it. And you wonder why people think there's a communication issue with the government, right? This was the line from the top. Let's see what the party line was described as by Paul Brand of ITV. Voters don't care about this stuff, and are only concerned about government delivery, which would work as an argument if the government intended to deliver anything, or it wasn't really obvious that the public did care about it. Let's cut to some highlights of MPs defending Keir Starmer, just to sort of give you a break from my face.
Well, I would say there are a number of ways supporters support any political party, particularly an opposition political party, and sometimes that's support for campaign literature, sometimes it's support for staffing costs, sometimes it's more of a personal nature, but I have no objection to that, and we have very clear rules and transparency in place in this area. So I've no objection to how the system works.
Look, all MPs take gifts and donations in kind. That's the system that we have in the UK. The important thing is that we're really transparent about the way in which that happens so that people can judge for themselves, make their own decisions about whether those gifts are appropriate.
He's then gone back to the Parliamentary Commissioner to clarify whether a further declaration should be made, and that is now happening. So this is not a transparency.
He shut up. Fuck it.
Issue. It's actually the Prime Minister seeking to comply with the rules, which...
Oh, I don't know if it came up. This is David Lammy. Foreign Secretary.
Which is, and we all do that. We all do this. Full transparency. I got a donation, and this is what I used it for.
Look, none of these are serious arguments that actually defend Starmer. They just make all politicians look corrupt, which, you know, they might be based on those performances. I'll remind you of the Register of Interests. But by far the worst excuse for all of this was Keir Starmer's argument about his football tickets.
I've had a season ticket for many, many years in the stands at Arsenal. I'm a regular attender, but now, for security reasons, I can't go in the stands. And therefore, the club have made arrangements for me to watch from elsewhere. It's as simple as that.
I have some bad news for Keir Starmer. He earns £166,000 a year. You can afford your own football tickets. Yes, even box ones. You might have to go a bit less often, but some of us can't afford tickets at all. I have no sympathy for this shit, especially when, as we'll see, the government isn't...
I do kind of like Arsenal. But I'm Celtic fan. Tickets, £35. Up to 45. Boxes at 150 plus. Ain't no way I'm affording that. No. And you have to have a minimum of four people for it. 600. It's 150 each. Ain't happening. He can afford a box. Arsenal will be more than that. Obviously. Play a couple of grand for a box. Didn't it Etihad?
planning to give anything to anyone else. This is not a case of the charming guy from rural Turkey I met while I was traveling through there made about the AKP when he said they might steal but they build roads. Keir Starmer doesn't steal, but he does take gifts, and he's not building roads. They've cancelled all the infrastructure. I think the most important thing about this is how pointless a fiasco this was. The way it ended really put the cherry on top. Keir Starmer decided to pay back £6,000 worth of the gifts he received, which you might say means we can put this to bed and there are no further questions to be asked. I would say it raises the question of why, if he could afford it in the first place, did he accept these gifts? Also, why did it take so much public pressure to force his hand? It's not outrageous as a counterfactual to suggest that if it wasn't the subject of press controversy and the public hadn't reacted so badly to it, that Starmer would have been happily gorging himself on the freebies. To harken back to his views on government handouts being undignified, this was undignified. It also spoke to something deeper than a mere communication issue. It's that he just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand why people were mad at him and how simply paying back the gifts is not really the point. The point is, why does he get all of this nice stuff while the rest of us gets nothing? No one disputed that the donations were within the rules, and yet that was the primary way he defended himself. fighting an argument no one was making. And he seems to have completely forgotten he's the Prime Minister. He can make the rules whatever the fuck it is he wants them to be. Anyway, Starmer's corruption is the tip of an iceberg. There's a lot of other less well-publicized issues on that front that we could benefit from looking at. So let's just take a look at a few of them. Let's just have a look and see what we find. It's hard to explain just how deeply corrupt British politics is in general, but the fact is that we have legalized various relationships that clearly have an impact on public policy. We can't simultaneously agree, or at least some of us agree, to live in a society structured around capitalism and then claim that money does not impact relationships between different entities, political or not. And I'm not saying that politicians are about to get compelled by Mr. Beast to do solitary confinement game shows, but they are just as vulnerable to this influence as anyone, and it's a little embarrassing how cheap British politicians are. Labour appointed a woman called Rachel Kite to be the government's climate envoy, which may seem essentially fine, right? The climate's a big issue, Sunak scrapped the role, which is an abysmal idea, so Labour got this former climate chief for the World Bank in to fill the role. I would personally look to other places, but hey, credit where it's due. They don't actually deserve any. Why do I say that? According to journalist Michael Crick, who I actually almost met during the 2019 election, which would have been very funny. Real heads know why that would have been funny. Anyway, he revealed that Rachel Kite worked for a hedge fund based out of the Cayman Islands called Quadrature. She was on their climate advisory board. Now, why is this a big deal? For one, I don't trust someone who was advising a hedge fund on climate to actually do anything good. But it also turns out that Quadrature donated £4 million to Labour at the start of the election. Now, there's no way to prove that they wouldn't have appointed her if this wasn't the case. And I'm not suggesting anything beyond linking this back to what we were just talking about, which was the appearance of corruption. The climate-related appearance of corruption doesn't stop there. It was revealed that some UK power stations were burning biomass that came from ecologically important areas in Canada. The company that owned these plants, Drax, has an interesting relationship with the British government. For one, they get subsidies from the government, but also they gave donations to the Labour Party. They made a donation of £12,000, which I will admit is not really a massive donation compared to £4 million. If anything, it seems rather restrained, if I'm being honest. It's also a spectacular investment when you consider that since 2012, they've been subsidised to the tune of £1.3 million per day. If it had been over that whole period, they just got £1.3 million, it still would have been a pretty spectacular return on investment, but that's per day, which makes the prospect of punishment for them feel less likely, but also the money has no impact on anything, right? Like, you'd have to be a conspiracy theorist to think that money has ever influenced anyone's decisions ever. I'm sure Labour will get right to cutting their subsidies. I'm going to start holding my breath, and I'm sure I'll be fine. There's also Starmer's relationship with the Murdoch press. Now, this relationship has been complicated and sometimes confrontational, but it's largely been more cordial than with his predecessor as Labour leader, who received what some might consider to be unfair coverage. Yeah, shocking, I know. Keir Starmer was, on the other hand, endorsed by The Sun. Now, part of this is because The Sun kind of goes with where the wind is blowing in order to maintain its allure as the newspaper that always picks the winner, which they don't. They have nothing to do with it. But yeah, I get it. Everyone likes a winner, and Keir Starmer was obviously going to win, so you need to justify it. So how did they justify it? Well, I'm glad you asked. The Sun and the Sunday Times backed Labour at this month's general election after News UK received private assurances that a Starmer-led government would not pursue Leveson 2 or introduce restrictions on press freedom. Leveson 2 is the second part.
I have been screaming into the void for Leveson 2. May I actually do a video on it. I'll show you. Leveson 1. then I'll give you my take on why Leveson 2 didn't happen. They promised to self-regulate themselves. Have they bollocks? But more on that later. After I've done my research.
The planned second part of the Leveson inquiry, which was held in the wake of that whole phone hacking scandal that looked into the ethical practices of the British press. I know what that sounds like, but I promise you it really was about ethics and journalism in this case. The intention appeared to be that the inquiry would be held in 2 parts, and to be honest, the press did not have the political capital at the time to stop part 1, but as the scandal has faded from public memory, and they've worked really hard to frame all criticism of their coverage or ethical practices as censorship, they've managed to slow down and apparently just stop any attempts to look at them. What this looks like is that Keir Starmer and Labour decided to leave the press more or less alone in exchange for their temporary support, which is both unethical and a really shit deal. The right-wing press turned on them at the first opportunity, and the one bit of leverage they may have had is Leveson 2, which would have looked into the specific claims around phone hacking and what went wrong with the original police investigation. You know, nothing important, I guess. Though I suppose asking for the former head cop to investigate the cops was always going to be kind of a long shot on our part. If you were wondering whether Labour are going to do anything about this, don't worry. They're going to sort out corruption, trust me, because they've appointed Margaret Hodge to be the anti-corruption champion. Margaret Hodge is kind of her own thing in British politics, and it's kind of hard to talk about her without winding a lot of people up. But to give you the short summary, she abused parliamentary privilege to slander her party leader at the time. She's generally speaking conducted herself in a way that would see most people fired from their jobs. And she's also taken money from Labour Friends of Israel to go visit Israel after their latest escalation in the genocide. What? You aren't reassured this is all going to be fine? Come on, relax. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Over the summer of 2024, the UK had a series of riots that were triggered by a mass stabbing in Stockport where 3 children were killed. This was an unspeakable tragedy, and when Keir Starmer and other senior politicians, at least I seem to recall there were other senior politicians who came to pay their respects to children, there was a lot of tension when they went there, and Starmer was heckled for his trouble. The riots began mainly because of rumours that the perpetrator of the stabbings was a Muslim asylum seeker. It was later revealed by the courts because they correctly saw there was a public interest in the identity of the perpetrator being revealed. I think he was under 18 at the time of arrest, so he was granted anonymity. You have to double check why. But that it was Axel Rudakubana, who is neither a Muslim nor an asylum seeker. Even if it had turned out to be a Muslim or an asylum seeker, I want to be very clear on this point. The correct response to that is not to try to burn asylum seekers in hotels or to attack mosques. I characterized these riots in another video as attempted pogroms, and I stand by that description. If you think these people had legitimate concerns or are acting proportionately, it's time for you to fuck off from this video. These riots are in part the result of decades of negative press coverage of immigration. And to be frank, I am tired of the UK's endless discussions on immigration because these discussions have gone on for approximately the whole of my fucking life. And it seems like we'll be having them for the rest of my fucking life. If you're my age, you've been living under the shadow of Enoch Powell on this issue, and I'll get to it in a little bit, but we're never going to be able to seriously discuss immigration in this country, in part because of this fact. Keir Starmer's handling of the riots boiled down to him rolling back the years to his time as Director of Public Prosecutions, police crackdowns, accelerated court proceedings, and carceral punishment. Of course, this led to the rather funny moment where prisoners had to be let out early, with one very famously saying, "Big up Keir Starmer," which was one of the few funny moments to emerge from all of this. The other one being that far-right guy who got double-tapped by his own side with the bricks, yeah, that is a satisfying clip. Let's watch it again. By and large, though, Starmer's handling of the riots was not popular, and to some extent I feel kind of bad for him here, because he's spent his entire career with only one real way to solve these kinds of issues, and people still think he's fucking shit at that. I don't pretend to know exactly what the British public wanted him to do here, but I think it just speaks to how disliked he is on a fundamental level, that even when he does something, like, within the realms of his understanding of competency, it backfires. It's also important to note that a lot of the far-right attempted pogromists were not dispersed by the police, but by local anti-fascist groups, just in case you thought there was no public opposition or resistance to the rioters or what they were.
What's the Greens? What's the Greens? Independents. Some Labour people. Comrades. Good people. Humans.
Standing for there very much was, and I want it on the record that this opposition to them went beyond the mere fact of the disorder they were causing, which was Starmer's main issue with it that he outlined at his speech at Labour conference, saying,
I will never let a minority of violent, racist thugs terrorise our community.
Which is a noble sentiment, but it does speak to an issue here. Starmer in that same speech makes a point of reiterating that his party's policy is to reduce net migration and to make Britain less reliant on immigration. He also made the tired point that concerns about immigration are legitimate, and he did this without being specific about what form legitimate concerns take, because no politician has ever asked what that is and what form it's meant to take that's legitimate. But here, I'll put the clip in so that you can see exactly what he says.
I have always accepted that concerns about immigration are legitimate. It is, as point of fact, the policy of this government to reduce both net migration and our economic dependency upon it. Whatever anyone thinks about immigration, I will never accept the argument made not just by the usual suspects, but by people who should have known better, who said that millions of people concerned about immigration are one and the same thing.
Yeah, who are the usual suspects? I feel like I'm going mad because no one ever makes these people explain what they mean, and this is part of the reason why we can never have a serious discussion around immigration. We're forced over and over again to start from the position that these concerns are legitimate without them ever being specified, and also we're not allowed to interrogate them, and also that the people who are anti-immigration aren't racist. We have to concede that before we could even start talking about it. How can we ever move past this issue if the Prime Minister is out here basically saying that he agrees with the sentiment of the far-right rioters, but not with their methods? Intellectually, he clearly understands what the far-right want, because he talks about it not being legitimate to discuss the value of immigrants and immigration in that speech. But if those are off the table, then what is there left to talk about with regards to immigrants? The fact is that a lot of people in this country just don't want black and brown people to be in public life or in their vision cone or whatever the fuck it is. And here's Keir Starmer bending to it. Sure, he's not going to let thugs terrorize our communities, but that's less about what they believe and more about the way they express that belief. Starmer is bending over backwards to try to provide these people a home in mainstream politics by constantly conceding to them. We've had decades of people saying concerns about immigration are legitimate, and it hasn't dampened the sentiment behind it. The only thing it correlates with is whether the press is covering it obsessively or not. That's the only time immigration becomes more important or less important, right? You know, the same press Keir Starmer's not going to investigate the ethical practices of. The fact is that Starmer and the political class's constant coddling of these sentiments is a significant contributor to these riots, and that conference speech ought to have been condemned for what it was. Coddling people sympathetic to those who were trying to burn asylum seekers alive. On February 6th, 2020, Keir Starmer posted this on Twitter. We must scrap the inhuman work capability assessments and private provision of disability assessments, e.g. ATOS, scrap punitive sanctions, two-child limit, and benefits cap. This was before he won the leadership of the Labour Party and was a mere candidate for the leadership. Basically, he had to convince pig people like me that he was going to do Corbynism without Corbyn. He didn't get me to vote for him because I frankly thought he was a tool before it was cool to think that. I didn't really mean to rhyme there, God. Still, this instinct
I like that.
and this policy direction would have owned me if he'd suddenly pivoted in government from his fiscally conservative positions during the election. Like, you know what's sad about all of this? A part of me would have loved it if Keir Starmer was like, gotcha, I'm actually doing Corbynism without Corbyn, suckers. And I'd have to do a video being nice about him and about how owned I was. Instead, he decided to pick a very big fight early on in his premiership. To some extent, I can respect this, because when you have a big majority like Starmer has, you have to be willing to wield it. Now, I would use a majority...
Yeah, but he's wielding it in all the wrong ways. Who'd have thunk it? Politician. Being horrible.
Of that scale to, just to give you some examples, end homelessness, which the government can do basically overnight. We did it during COVID, we can do it now. Or decommission Trident, or implement a punitive wealth tax, like actual, bold, big, difficult decisions. Instead, Starmer decided to force a vote on keeping a Tory policy known as the two-child policy, which means no child benefit is paid after the second child, except in very specific extenuating circumstances we do not need to get into right now. This policy forces families below the poverty line. If you lifted the two-child benefit cap, you would lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty almost instantly. During his time in opposition, Keir Starmer acquired the somewhat unfortunate nickname Sir Kid Starver, and it becomes hard to say he was hard done by him. At the time, I was just kind of astounded because he was getting blamed for a policy that wasn't even his, which, I have to admit, does take some skill. Now, it is his policy.
He could have got a debate. And avoided all of that. He could have. He didn't. He lied about it. Saying he was going to get a debate. No reverse. My God. Lying to become leader of the party. Should be surprised, really.
He explicitly forced a vote to keep it, and Labour MPs broadly voted with him. In fact, so did most of the parliament that was present. It passed with a majority of 260, which is in itself depressing when so many MPs ran on an explicit platform of ending or reducing child poverty, as the SNP Westminster leader Stephen Flynn pointed out in Parliament with regards to Scottish Labour MPs.
In his campaign to do so, Mr Speaker, he was of course joined by Gordon Brown. And just 5 days before the general election in Scotland, on the front page of the Daily Record, Gordon Brown instructed voters to vote Labour to end child poverty. Yet last night, Labour MPs from Scotland were instructed to retain the two-child cap, which forces children into poverty. So, Prime Minister, what changed?
If you're wondering how much lifting the cap would have cost, Owen Jones sets it out in the plainest terms in his article on this whole debacle. The price tag is 1.7 billion, a pittance, given annual government expenditure is 1.2 trillion. And yeah, I get it, the human mind can't comprehend those numbers, but one of
some of us can't, and tough, to an extent. 1.7 billion is sweet effie. It is nothing. They are doing this just to punish people. They can get rid of it. We'll get on to more things about growing the economy and hard decisions, and all that nonsense. 1.7 billion. Nothing.
Those is much smaller than the others. This is a theme that will come up in just a bit when we get to the budget itself, but we're often talking about relative peanuts to do so much good, and the Labour Party won't even give us peanuts. It's important to note that it's cheaper in the long run for us to reduce child poverty, because poverty, malnutrition, all of the sort of side effects of it leads to long-term health issues that can cost us more trying to keep people upright after they suffered these things. The more serious indication in terms of a direction of travel is that Keir Starmer suspended the MPs from his party who essentially voted to feed children, who voted for us to have a society where a few more kids are fed, which doesn't feel like a lot. The MPs who decided that feeding children was important enough to vote for are not allowed to be in the party or participate in government speaks to their priorities. A lot of people thought Labour's shyness about the two-child...
Damn. I can't remember. They're independents now. Apsana. Sarah. Trickett. Who else? Can't remember. They all got the whip removed, which essentially means booted out the party. They got voted in as Labour on July the 4th. And after that vote, Keir Starmer kicked them for wanting to feed kids. Screw you, Starmer. That is one of the main reasons my sister will now be voting SNP in the future. Because when that vote happened, she still had one child who she hang on. Oh no, she only had Ellie. She's two kids. 18-year-old, 16-year-old now.
Cap was them keeping their powder dry, that they'd pull a rabbit out of the hat. The problem is, if Keir Starmer is a magician, he's one of those really creepy ones who do kids' birthdays parties. There's no rabbit, only more discipline. And let's be honest, Keir Starmer has wielded party discipline to try to oust his opponents before, and he's probably doing it again here. When feeding children gets you kicked out of a political project, it's probably past time to admit it's cooked. Especially when, as we'll see at the end of this video, some people who do really fucked up things are allowed to stay in his party and participate in government. Alright, that's day 2, everyone. Cheers, drain your drink with me. Tink! Let's go.
Day 2 over.
Catch you on day 3. Whew. Okay, everyone. Alright, it is day 3 of recording. We are so close to being done. So let's just crack open the third beer, if you're drinking with me. Non-alcoholic beer, of course, in my case, but I'm not going to judge you if you're drinking something else. And let's just crack on with this, because today is... It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It's going to make us very, very normal. Yeah, look at that. Look at that pour. Perfect. Exactly the correct amount of liquid for this glass. Oh, I spilled the drink. Oh dear. Alright, well. Moving swiftly on. I've mentioned it, but the British economy is, in a word, fucked. The economy has essentially found itself in a trap where no one is investing in anything, which means that people aren't becoming more productive, which means that growth isn't happening outside of very specific sectors like, I don't know, like finance and by landlordism. Now, this is a very growth-centric way of thinking about the economy, and someone got really mad at me in one video for pointing out that GDP doesn't matter. And I did say that, but I'm going to say it again. GDP doesn't matter. It's not a reliable indicator of quality of life. However, it is the thing that every single political project since 2010 has tried to improve. Yes, even my beloved Jam Grandad wanted to create growth. What the economy needs is a hero. A person with the right balance of experience, understanding of the levers to pull when in government, and vision. Enter Rachel Reeves, the UK's first female chancellor. She pitched herself as almost the perfect person to end up running the British economy, claiming she was an economist for the Bank of England, a claim that was bizarrely corroborated by Matt Hancock, of all people.
Began her career on the Bank of England graduate course. A contemporary remembers her economics sounded like his own.
Absolutely orthodox. Orthodox is a very good word to describe what I saw of Rachel Reeves's economics.
Don't borrow too much, don't spend too much, steady as she goes down the middle.
Well, you don't go to work for the Bank of England unless you think economic stability matters, right?
And that she had the experience required to just understand the British economy. She also wrote a book about female economists and claims to be a chess champion, which the only thing I could really find on that front is her coming 26th or something in an under-14s tournament, which, like, fair enough. It's better than I've ever been at chess, but, like, if I come 26th in something, am I a champion? Who's to say? What I'm getting at here...
Second. and my council area. When I was 12, I got beat by a 10-year-old. But that was all the schools in the area. Rather proud of myself that day. I still play chess. By the way. I might actually beat her.
Is that she's carefully constructed this character, mainly for press consumption, that makes out that she is, in essence, the perfect person to run the British economy and get us through this stagnation and back onto the golden path of growth. So, fun facts about that. First, she was accused of plagiarism in her book, including plagiarizing from Wikipedia, which, Rachel, if you're watching, you're 45. You
Oh, yes. I'm older than our current chancellor by a year. Save us, please. I'm older than West Streeting. Holy fuck. By 4 years. My youngest sister is older than him. They're born in the same year. She's not happy. She was freaking out when she find out his age. Hang on. Who else in the cabinet? I'm sure there's a couple of them. Phillipson. Bridget. Phillipson. Oh dear God. Christ. Better not tell my sister this one. Yes. Bridget Phillipson. 44. No. 41. Time for your older than her. Holy fuck. What does actually say Quince? Straighting us. Ah. Oh. I'll not say. His birthday is in the same month as my sister. So he's 41. It's going to be 42 soon. Wow. Dinner. I'm a year older than her. Christ, this is disturbing. Who else? Oh yeah. Rachel. Reeves. Oh. I take that back. She's older than me. By about a month. She's 46 in February. I'm 46 in March. Still kind of frightening. Let's see. What else have I got? Thanks all. That's all of them. Why? I'm sure the rest of them are all older than me. Yeah. That's the main ones. So cheesy. So the chancellor's fairly young. Oh. 61. Ah. 62. Will be 63 in September. For the Prime Minister. That's weird. Having someone that's essentially 20 years older than most of the cabinet.
Can't be pulling this at your big age. In fairness about this, which I'm mostly being tongue-in-cheek about, she did hold her hands up and admit that she got it wrong. It is true that there were some sentences in the book that were not properly referenced in the bibliography. I'm the author of that book. I hold my hands up and say, I should have done better. The more serious side of this is Rachel Reeves' excellent background that makes her the perfect steward of the British economy. Well, it may not be strictly accurate. Reeves has previously said she worked as an economist at Halifax Bank of Scotland before entering politics. However, her profile on the networking site LinkedIn, which, let me just say how typical it is she has a LinkedIn, has been changed to say the role at HBOS was in retail banking. I suppose we can't be too surprised that someone who plagiarized Wikipedia didn't tell the whole truth in her CV. Now, to be unnecessarily fair to her and to this Guardian columnist who managed to turn the Chancellor lying about her pre-politics career into scolding the British public, I think everyone at one point or another has exaggerated or embellished their CV. It's just that there's a difference between me saying I was actually essential at the work factory, despite being the world's smallest cog in the context of the company I work for, and then getting the job and handling myself well, and someone making out that they're perfect for a role that has a political dimension that impacts every aspect of our lives, and then fucking it. And I will point out that it is the mercy of this being a political role that means she's technically not committed a crime, because I'm pretty sure CV fraud is a crime in the UK. There was a Guardian column that claimed that she was actually overqualified, especially when compared to other historic chancellors, which maybe she is. I don't know how much of her CV to trust now. But if that was the case, why lie? Either she didn't believe she was qualified to the extent that she could weave a media narrative that she wanted to weave, or she just loves lying. Neither suggests great things, but at least one of those explanations can be considered understandable. Like, I get what motivates it. Her tenure as Chancellor has not gone well, with her losing the confidence of the people who work around her because she seemed to lack any kind of plan or direction in the role. Thankfully for her, she had the premier political event in the British political system to set that impression right: the budget. Unfortunately, it's such a big event that we're going to have to do a lot of build-up for possibly very little payoff, but then I guess, in a sense, that means this video mirrors the budget, so that's kind of fun. Man, maybe I should have come up with a drinking game for this. You know, take a drink every time I say things aren't going well. Alright, but then we'd probably all be dead, even on non-alcoholic beer. We can't understand the budget without understanding one of the big narratives that was pushed by Labour almost as soon as they came to power. That upon entering government, they looked at the books and discovered to their horror that there was a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. Now, I've been accused in the past of misrepresenting the issue of the black hole, which, given my degree as in physics, is an accusation that cannot stand. I'm open to the idea that I've been a bit casual about it, but I do stand by what I've said before about it, which is that Labour absolutely knew about this black hole before they came into office because it was public information. Also, that the black hole is essentially made up. But the nicer way to put that is, it's the result of policy decisions that impose certain constraints on fiscal policy. There's a video by Richard Murphy, who I believe is a tax accountant, but don't quote me on that outlines things Labour could have done in order to plug this black hole. But it has an important part where he explains that it's essentially not possible for Britain to have a black hole in its finances. The short summary is that when spending is decided in the budget, the Bank of England just prints the money and just spends it. They just spend it. Like, real life is not a paradox game. We don't need to wait for the taxes to come in before we spend. The government then recovers a portion of that money through taxation, and the difference between this expenditure and income is that terrifying, deficit, oh no, it's all of that borrowing that we have to do. But to be clear, the money already exists. There's no mechanical way for there to be a black hole, which means we should consider it as what it really is, a political framing to justify certain...
This is where Cynn's degree comes in handy. And yes, technically, a physicist.
Decisions. The last time I spoke about this, I referred to an Owen Jones video where he went over the fact that journalists pretty directly confronted Labour figures to their face about this so-called black hole, and were able to even give the value at the time as £20 billion, which isn't that far off, to give them some credit for that. I think people who accused me of misrepresenting the issue didn't like the fact that I referred to Owen Jones because he drives people mad, frankly. People make up versions of him and get really angry at that made-up guy. But just because you don't like the source, that doesn't mean it's not true. He also showed a figure from the IFS, who I don't usually put a lot of stock into, but we're going to have to roll with it for this, who also, before the election, pointed out that this gap existed.
This is Paul Johnson from the Institute of Fiscal Studies. They all go to him for fiscal takes for the news. Essentially. Usually see him a lot around the budget and the budget statement, which is sometimes called the mini budget. So used. He usually crops up every now and again.
In the various parties' fiscal plans, it wasn't just Labour whose plans had this gap, but they were the ones that ended up winning the election, so they're the ones who get the criticism for it now. Just kind of how the cookie crumbles, right? Which to me indicates this was public knowledge, which makes all of those various Labour frontbenchers demanding apologies for misleading the country a little rich, considering it's their job as the political opposition at the time to point this out to the public. One might say that they deliberately didn't go.
If you're in the shadow, cabinet, it literally means you're shadowing whoever blah is in the government. So Rachel Reeves would have been shadowing Christ. Where is she shadow chance? Chancellor. Where is she? Right. Give me a minute. Okay. Right. So should have been shadowing Jeremy Hunt, Nadeem Sahawi, Sunak, the former Prime Minister, was Chancellor. Why did she become an MP? Limit. Yeah. Revenge. Set up. Ooh. Shadow Chancellor from May 2021. So she shadowed Sunak, Kwasi Kwarteng, and Jeremy Hunt. Not Zahawi. Christ.
Hard on this issue because they wanted to justify decisions they knew would be unpopular later. This black hole is, in relative terms, tiny, and there were a lot of ways for Labour to close it. They were instead using it to justify what they call difficult decisions, which is always code for doing the most right-wing shit imaginable that we already wanted to do. Which is very cool. It's cool that we have a code word for that, I guess. The thing is, this is just an act of political cowardice and myth-making. The Tories couldn't have hidden this from Labour while Owen Jones and Ash Sarkar knew about it. It just doesn't make sense. And it speaks to how Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer just take the British public for mugs. A budget whose primary media sort of framing and focus was in essence a rounding error in the context of the UK's expenditure also speaks to how little ambition Labour had for their first budget. Just to show you that I'm not exaggerating how insignificant this black hole is, the OBR forecasts that the government will spend £1.3 trillion. £22 billion in that context is 1.7% of expenditure. It's not nothing, but it's pretty much as close to nothing as something can be in this context. Aside from the alleged...
1.7% of government spending is nothing. Just like I said earlier. to get into the two-shell cap, which is only 1.7 billion. So minuscule. 22 billion. A drop into the ocean. It's fucking nothing.
Just a black hole, which wasn't really a black hole. There were other issues that came to dominate the build-up to the budget, including some announcements which were what I would call a mixed bag. But I want to highlight one in particular that set the tone of failure around this budget, and another that to me signaled something a little surprising that made me consider that maybe I'd got it a little wrong, just a tiny bit. Look, it happens, it's been known to happen. During the election, Labour had created a series of fiscal rules that it intended to follow in relation to borrowing and debt. They'd also announced that they wouldn't raise certain taxes, specifically those that levy taxes from working people, while also not following an austerity agenda. I said this at the time, in my last video, that I felt like...
I will be back. Momentarily. At the back. Excuse me. Back to SK.
They were trying desperately to thread a needle that I didn't think could be threaded. And I thought that something would have to give, because as much as people like to pretend otherwise, these rules and announcements and all of these things, they're not laws that govern the universe. They are political choices, and like all political choices, they can be criticised and they can be changed. Labour's original set of announcements, when combined with the existing fiscal rules they inherited, would have made for a complete catastrophe. Which is why, despite the fact that she herself called it a gimmick, it was a good thing that Rachel changed the fiscal rules to allow more borrowing for investment. This did give me maybe a little pause, because it was amongst a lot of bad news and unpopular policy being floated in the lead up to the budget, so I was wondering, are we in for a surprise? Is Keir Starmer going to pull a rabbit out of the hat? Am I going to be owned? We'll find out in a little bit when we go through the budget and its aftermath, but understand this. It's not as trivial as it sounds, and it almost makes me think there's some kind of intelligence, maybe even a human intelligence, in that government. Then there's the winter fuel allowance. The winter fuel allowance was, emphasis on was for reasons that we'll see in a little bit, a universal payment that was made to pensioners that was intended to assure them that they would be able to heat their homes in the winter. The UK can, perhaps to some people's surprise, have quite harsh winters, and energy prices have been pretty high recently for reasons that apparently just none of us can figure out. It's a complete mystery. Case closed. Labour decided that instead of it being universal, that they'd rather means test this payment. Now, I'm on the record as generally opposing means testing. The TLDR it doesn't really save very much money, and everyone who's eligible under means testing doesn't go through the means test to access the benefits, so they don't get it. So it's simpler from an administration and goal-orientated perspective to just have it be universal. Labour, on the other hand, decided that it would limit the eligibility to those receiving pension credit, a move that is expected to save £1.3 billion. Notice that we're talking about peanuts again in the context of the UK budget. In fact, it was pointed out that if everyone eligible for pension credit applied for it and got the winter fuel allowance, that the government would actually end up paying more money, which makes it seem like the government is relying on people not taking up benefits they're entitled to in order to make savings on their budget that are not very large. Kind of scummy, but at least I know that they understand how means testing works. People across the political spectrum were practically begging Labour to release the government's impact assessment, but it's worth pointing out that while they were in opposition, Labour claimed that this kind of move would force pensioners into poverty. They did it anyway. Quite why they did this instead of raising the funds another way for their mythical black hole is up to them to explain. They keep talking about difficult decisions or whatever. If you want my sense on it, I think Labour is aware that pensioners generally do not vote Labour even when they win landslides, and so feel liberated to punish them politically. Eventually, internal government modelling on the effect of this policy was released, and, well, what do you know, everyone? Restricting winter fuel payment eligibility would result in each year in question an estimated additional 100,000 pensioners in relative poverty after housing costs in 2025-26, 50,000 in both 26-27 and 27-28, and 100,000 in 28-29. This was probably the worst lead-in to a budget you could have had, because now all anyone wanted to talk about is why Labour wanted to freeze your nan. In fact, I would like to submit this image and nickname for the Chancellor for your consideration, Rachel Freeze. The press had a field day, inviting pensioners who had voted Labour onto the TV to ask them what they thought, and shockingly, it wasn't good. And like what we've talked about before, Labour weren't really able to defend themselves. And this compilation of attempts from Keir Starmer, well, two of them are from Keir Starmer, one of them's from Wes Streeting. It really summarises how, even though I'm not wholly convinced by the communication issue argument with the government, it becomes hard to deny that there is one.
Those on pension credit obviously will get the allowance. State pensions, they will go up by about £450, £460 early-ish next year.
That's next
so
year,
pensioners
isn't it?
will be better. Well, it went up this year as well. It's an annual increase. But pensioners will be better off if we stabilise the economy.
What's your advice to pensioners who are frightened about the forthcoming winter?
Well, two things. Firstly, the winter fuel allowance is being means test to support the poorest pensioners. We've also extended things like the warm homes discount and the hardship support. But the other advice I would give is, like, in terms of the triple lock, we're committed to that. That means that pensioners will be better.
That's not advice.
I asked you, would you like to take this opportunity to say sorry to voters who voted for you, like Chrissy, pensioners who are about to lose hundreds this winter because of your choices?
What I'd say to Chrissy is this. I absolutely promised that we would stabilise the economy to make sure we never had the economy getting out of control again. We then discovered £22 billion missing.
It also left them politically vulnerable to moves like the Scottish Government giving pensioners in Scotland a winter heating payment. Not just awkward, but outright politically suicidal for Labour to have focused this hard on this policy that in the ground...
I got that as well. Because disabled. It went straight into my account. I'll not tell you how much it is. It's not that great. But at least it's something. S&P being based again and showing up Labour. Woohoo.
Grand scheme doesn't move the dial much in fiscal terms. The build-up to the budget was more about measures like the winter fuel allowance, the unpopular stuff, than any actually sensible things Labour may have been planning. It might surprise you to know that, especially once we get into the detail of the budget, but individually, a lot of the measures that Labour proposed are popular, but the whole package was toxic. I think in part due to what they decided to do with this horrible setup to it. I get it, you don't want to surprise people negatively, but you gotta throw them a bone, you know? Alongside this, there was what I could only describe as hysteria in defense of policies that didn't really need to happen and weren't very popular. My favourite was Lucy Powell claiming there'd be a run on the pound had the government not taken action on public finances, which is absurd. There wouldn't have been a run on the pound, but this irresponsible, hysterical tone, making out that the British economy was somehow on the brink of a run on the pound. Not to say that the British economy is like strong or robust or whatever, or that the pound's doing very well, but it ran counter to what I thought the Starmer Project's understanding of the economy was, which was that it's a machine largely built on sentiment, and that by improving sentiment, rather than courting panic, things would get better. I didn't think it was a good way to understand the economy, and it makes you a hostage to fortune, but having ministers talking about runs on the pound makes people a little nervous and produces negative sentiment, which, we'll see later, may have had the expected effect. Cheers. This section needs a big sip. Let's turn to the budget itself. I don't want to get bogged down in literally every measure announced because over £1 trillion worth of budgeting is going to somehow... It would result in a video that's longer than this one already is. So, let's not do that. Instead, I want to focus on a set of policy areas that I think either really hacked off the public or wasn't necessarily well understood by people because it was kind of obscured by the sheer overwhelmingly negative vibes the government was putting out. The short review of the budget is, it sucked. It's a weird one. I kind of have to hand something to the Tories, who introduced a cap on bus fares, limiting them to £2. This was a surprisingly popular policy from a government that seemed to specialise in pissing people off. I know I loved it. It made me much more willing to just hop on a bus and go to places, which I thought was something we wanted to do in this country. Labour decided to raise this cap to £3. Now, of course, people were quick to say, oh, it's a cap. It doesn't mean all the bus fares in the places it's applied to will go up to £3. And to that,
yes, they
I'd
will.
say,
yes, they will.
You all said the same thing to me about tuition fees, and now my student debt is comically massive. This particularly jarred with Labour's freezing of fuel duty, which would save motorists around 60 quid a year, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't want to get into the socio-economics of who owns cars and who gets the bus too much. I don't want to get too deep into it, but just my guess is if you own a car, you're better off than some guy catching the bus to get to work. So why are we saving motorists £60 a year, while if we're suggesting a daily commute to and from work by bus, we're saddling those people with an extra 520 quid of expense per year? All right, fine. Let's say you get 25 days off. Let's say that. Then it's 470 quid per year. Can you see how this looks like you have skewed priorities when you were supposed to be the greenest government ever, or whatever shite Labour was saying before the election? It may not surprise you to know that raising the bus fare cap was one of the most unpopular decisions in the budget, and it saved fuck all money. Remember what I keep saying about peanuts? It's always peanuts. It's never not peanuts, everyone. The government pledged to not raise taxes on working people. Now, I think depending on your definition of working people, that can be a little limiting, and in some ways that's unhelpful, but I appreciate what they were going for. Instead, what they decided to do was, by far the most controversial move in the press, by the way, what they decided to do was to raise employers' national insurance contribution. So let me explain in case you don't live in Britain, or you do live in Britain and you just don't know. If you earn above the tax-free allowance, you pay two taxes on your income. You pay income tax, shocking, and you pay a national insurance contribution. There's a whole thing about where that comes from, but for our purposes, this understanding will suit us just fine. There's an additional component of the national insurance contribution that's paid by your employer. How much they pay depends on how much they pay you, so on the surface, this is not a tax on working people, but on employers themselves. So far, so good, right? Well, the thing is, this isn't really in practice a tax on business or employers either. It just makes labor more expensive. And the assumption you'd need to make to think this is just going to impact businesses is that they'll just eat a loss to their profits. Now, if you're a massive corporation, maybe you could get away with that. But even then, can you imagine a CEO of a massive corporation going to shareholders and saying, sorry lads, we're going to have to accept lower profits this year? That CEO would be sacked on the spot. And to be honest, within the rules of the economic system they operate under, they'd probably be right to sack him. So how is this actually going to get paid for? Certainly, I think some of the cost will be borne by employers. However, the other ways this will be paid for is by more restricted pay rises, because remember, the more they pay you, the more they pay in tax, and probably in the form of goods becoming more expensive. Now, there could also be layoffs or a cooling off on hiring people, but we're kind of veering too much into the speculation zone here, and I don't feel comfortable sort of pushing that boundary too far. That being said, if we assume the worst, that we have this combination of wage restriction, more expensive goods, and layoffs, what we'll see is Rachel Reeves managing to raise probably the only income-related tax that's inflationary, which is astonishing. But again, I will point out, this is speculation on my part, and while they technically didn't break their promise to not raise taxes on working people, if prices start to rise significantly in response to this, it's going to...
They put their job at risk. They put possible wage rises at risk, or even raising prices for the rest of us. All three are bad. Huge corporations are going to do it for their full timers, and they're just going to reduce their part-time workers. They're already on stupid low hours with a crappy minimum wage, which means households will see a drop in income. Mark my words. We will see this. Just give it a few months.
To be hard to escape the accusation that this is a component of it. This will also have an effect on the UK's largest employer. You remember how Labour loved to talk about how angry we should be about the state of the NHS. Well, the NHS is the largest employer in the country. It's one of the largest in the world. And I would wager a significant portion of that additional funding that Labour are giving it is just going to be...
It's the largest employer in Europe. I think. Give me a minute. I thought that. Fifth largest in the world. So there's only four other employers who have more staff. So it's the fifth largest. It is the largest in Europe. Let's go back to Sinan. And he'll explain why this is a bad move. To raise the employer contribution.
Be the government paying itself back in tax, as opposed to that money going where it needs to go, which is delivering high quality treatment. For a long time now, the UK has been targeting disabled people with its austerity politics. I think I bring this up like every other video at this point, and it's important for us to understand this has got so bad that the UN has condemned the UK for its treatment of disabled people. Unfortunately, Labour have committed to the Conservatives' position of there needing to be savings in the welfare budget. Now, for me, I think that the welfare budget should just be whatever it needs.
Woohoo! Demonising me more. That would be fun. Thanks, Rachel. And Liz. That's Liz Kendall, by the way. Department for Work and Pensions.
Needs to be so that everyone can live with dignity. I don't think that's complicated. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Labour disagree, though, and are planning to follow the Conservatives' plan of looking for savings, which involved a reform of the work capability assessment. Whenever these things are reformed, it's always gotten worse for disabled people, and it's made it harder for people to access benefits. Gee, almost as if this is the point of targeted welfare programs when they're administered by right-wingers. No one could have predicted. Honestly, just complete shock, right? If you want a summary of the plans Labour inherited and plan to follow through on, previous figures from the Department for Work and Pensions showed that 457,000 people will face lower benefits or higher work search conditions by 2028-29 as a result of reforms proposed by the Conservatives, which are expected to save the government around £3 billion. Peanuts! We're talking about peanuts again! Now, Labour has insisted that they'll do it in their own way and that they'll be radical about it, but they still intend to deliver those savings. So it looks like their plans will at least somewhat have to conform to the Tory one they inherited. But wait, there's even more. Labour have also inherited the British state's neuroticism about benefit fraud, meaning they're planning to crack down on benefit fraud again. It's a classic of the new Labour era. Do you remember those weird anti-benefit fraud ads they used to run in the 2000s? Those really creeped me out as a kid, by the way. Just awful. I hate it as an adult. It's the usual boilerplate measures they always bring in that don't really result in any kind of net saving, but one measure that drew my attention was that they intended to give the Department of Work and Pensions the power to access benefit claimants' bank accounts to reclaim money from them. I give it about a week before this results in someone wrongfully having money stolen from them by the government, which just, as a sentence, kind of blows my mind to have to say. Do you trust the British state to handle this properly? If you do, I have a bridge to sell you, and a Patreon to join. Now, in fairness, it's not all doom and gloom and cuts. Some things are getting money. It's just that one of those things isn't GB Energy, Labour's much vaunted arm's-length state-owned energy company that does whatever it is that a minister needs it to do when they're being interviewed, but I think it's supposed to invest in green energy projects. It only got £100 million, despite the fact it was meant to get £8 billion over the course of the Parliament. You might think this means Starmer's government isn't taking the environment seriously. Well, would someone who wasn't taking the environment seriously commit £22 billion to carbon capture projects and write the following in The Sun? To those drum-banging, finger-wagging extremists, I say, I will never sacrifice great British industry. Oh. Yeah, right, maybe they're not taking the environment seriously, right. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not a doomer about carbon capture because I think we need to suffer in order to wash away the sins of excessive consumption. And I had a really good friend whose PhD was in carbon capture-related stuff, and I'm not a priest. It's not my job to save your soul. What I will say is that while there may be a breakthrough in carbon capture, as of right now, it's kind of a dud and a waste of time and money to focus on. I do get what the instinct here is, though. They don't want to be left behind in case it...
Carbon capture as a mimic. Gimmick. Even. It is minimal at best. What will help? Stop using fossil fuels. And I'll scream into the void about tidal.
It does work in a scalable way. It's just that we know what works now, and we can do those things, especially with £22 billion. Also, it's kind of funny that one of the senior sort of lobbyists from one of these groups that lobbies for carbon capture technologies is a former Keir Starmer staffer. Just an amusing fact, I'm not implying anything, it's just funny how sort of small the circle is. Though there was a lot of lobbying by the fossil fuel industry in the lead up to this decision that strangely would mean that these companies could delay altering their commercial practices and just keep basically printing money indefinitely. Totally fine and normal, I'm sure. Money has never influenced anything, and if you say it has, you're a conspiracy theorist. Labour also decided to increase the funding for the army. Now, the aim is for military spending to be 2.5% of GDP, which you'll note is above the 2% recommended by NATO, and I'm not going to get into my thoughts on NATO, there's a whole other video about that, but this came up during the writing of the script. Well, kind of. This script has been kind of a living document for a long time, but Starmer is on the record now as saying Trump was right that European countries weren't spending enough on defense. Which, I'm glad that we can always find time to say that the fascist president of America is right and find the money for bullets and bombs that will be used to commit war crimes all across the world. I'm so glad to live in a country where we can just fund that with a never-ending pit of money. Now, it's not all going on bombs to kill kids or weird carbon capture scams. There's something for the occasional pint enjoyer like myself. A whole 1p off beer duty. I'm not making that up. 1p. They even did a graphic about it celebrating it. And I just want to say, I'm not one of those people who calls things cringe, because I feel like I'm way too old at this point to call stuff cringe. But, bro, you just posted cringe. I'm also not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'd have to drink 470 pints of my favourite beer at the pub I go to in order to have saved the price of 1 pint of beer. maybe this would have been a policy I liked more when I was at university, but it feels kind of irresponsible now, honestly. It also is founded on the myth that this cut in duty will be passed on to the customer. What's more likely to happen is it will lead to Wetherspoons making a tiny bit more money. Finally, the government is making my life worse in a very specific way. So I can't drink or consume certain sweeteners without getting a headache. It sucks. I hate it, but it's been made even worse by the sugar tax, which they're planning to increase. I'm already in kind of a limited situation with my drinks, and the fact that they want to increase it and that one of the reasons is to encourage more formulation means that this, hold on, I'll get it for you. If my luck is still going to, like, if I'm lucky, this is going to still be the only soft drink I can get from my local supermarket, which is the nearby Tesco. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to drinking water, which I'm not going to do. Fish fucking water, and you expect me to drink it? With all of this, you might think it kind of doesn't matter what I think of the budget measures. It matters what they achieve. And it's not been a long time since the budget was passed. But if the Liz Truss experiment taught us anything other than fun facts about Svein Forkbeard, it's that sometimes we don't need to wait long to see results. Also that those results might be bad. So on that note, let's look at some Sky News analysis of what happened.
What you don't want to see is the pound getting weaker, suggesting people are potentially pulling money out of the country, and gilt yields, your cost of borrowing, going up. But both of those two things have been happening in recent hours. This is the pound, and it's a kind of measure of the pound versus various other currencies around the world, a trade-weighted measure as it's known. So, you know, we're not getting distortions from other countries. And look at what happened after the budget. That line went down quite considerably. Look at what's happened here in the time since the budget. That has gone up. The gilt yield, this is the 10-year gilt yield. There are various different maturities, but that's gone up to the highest level that we've seen since last November.
In essence, the budget did not go down well with the markets. The pound weakened, borrowing got more expensive, and it kind of felt like a toned-down version of the Liz Truss fiasco. Now, I don't particularly give a shit what the markets have to say about anything, honestly, but the Labour Party do. They used the market fury at Liz Truss as a cudgel to beat the Tories, and beat them quite badly, as we'll recall. Now, we might say that's right, and we might say that's wrong, but it is what happened. The markets didn't love it, but they didn't exactly melt down like they did with Truss. Once again, Labour has cleared an extremely low bar, but hey, they cleared it. And to be unnecessarily fair to Rachel Reeves, she couldn't have delivered a budget that would satisfy the markets because no one could. There's basically no faith in the UK as an entity, and so any budget of any kind that deviated even a tiny bit from the currently set course would have
quite a lot of economic analysts essentially call us European basket case because of successive governments. Funny that. I was sinning. I don't care what the markets think. Fuck 'em.
Triggered this sort of reaction. Now, one might think this is a good reason to believe that perhaps the market reaction shouldn't be able to topple a government. But nonetheless, this is what we're doing now. That's it, basically. Tough luck. The UK economy has not really grown since the Labour Party has come to power. The budget certainly doesn't seem to have helped yet in terms of that situation. But the issue here is less with the budget itself and more with the build-up to it. I mentioned this earlier, but the Starmerite conceptualization of the economy and how to get growth can be boiled down to, if we're good, sensible boys, the growth fairy will bless us. And like, I'm kind of making fun of it, but it is kind of how these things work to an extent. Sentiment does matter. And they've done their best to generate negative sentiment, and businesses planned around that. So can we be surprised that there's no growth? Or very little growth. The figures won't be finalized for a little bit, but as of right now, there's basically no growth. I don't think we can be surprised. And it's so odd that they decide to behave like this and then seem to be unhappy with the result. It's possible that the growth fairy does come to visit us by this time next year, but honestly, I wouldn't hold my breath. Plus, the growth fairy isn't real. Sorry to all the economics following children out there. Hate to break it to you. Your parents probably should have done that. One of the weirder outcomes was that the UK joined the list of countries that have had farmers' protests, in this case against the change in inheritance tax law. Look, I don't want to say it. I really don't want to say it, but Starmer and Reeves actually broadly had the right instinct here. But the thing is, inheritance tax in general is pretty widely hated, and they're not really equipped to argue for it. Again, I'm not saying there's a communication issue here. It's an issue of will in this case. They could learn how to defend this policy and go out there and do it, but it would require them to ground themselves in some actual ideology that isn't just viciously attacking anyone to their left. And it's interesting how softly they played with the farmers blocking streets in London. What if an ambulance needed to get past them? What then? Okay, I'm taking the piss a little bit, but we know that if these were environmentalist protesters, they'd be facing 10 years in prison for this exact act. We also got this spectacular moment of Jeremy Clarkson getting owned by his past self, which is kind of priceless. So let's check it out.
So it's not about you. It's not about your farm and the fact that you bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax.
Classic BBC there. Classic. Oh yeah. It's not the fact that I bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax. The fact.
You told the Sunday Times in 2021 that's why you bought it.
Look, the farmers are being dickheads about this, but we do need to grow food, and I don't really see why, if their land is worth so much money, that they can't be subjected to inheritance tax. Sorry if that makes me the bad guy. I didn't grow up in a rural area. I'm not going to pretend that I intimately understand the specific economics of farming beyond it being kind of shitty and inheritance tax in general being unpopular. That's it. That's it from me. If you wanted an idea of how the budget is going to impact businesses, here's Toby Dicker from the Salon Employers Association, a thing that I did not know existed until I had to put this video together, explaining how bad it is.
The initial reaction from our supporters, to be honest, is shell shock. It is much, much, much worse than we ever thought it could be.
He goes on to talk about how this has forced the industry into the gig economy, which is naturally less secure for workers, and I would argue just produces worse results all round. It's really just another front of enshittification of everything. Look, as someone who regularly goes to the barbers to get their beard sorted, and yes, still looks good, I want those guys to be in secure, well-paying jobs. I don't want them to be gig workers. I don't want the lovely lady who did my hair last weekend to be in insecure work. None of us should want that. None of us should be in insecure work at all. And yet, this is what Starmer is. Must have been some kind of boost they got politically that indicated that even if things were bad, that the British public thought this was worth it and that we would come out stronger. Well, on the day of the budget, the Conservative Party recorded a poll lead on what was Rishi Sunak's last day. In under 100 days in opposition, he gifted his successor a lead that she seems to have, according to the polling average at least, consolidated into a pretty strong trend at this point. On the plus side, I guess the bankers got their bonuses, so thanks, Rachel. That isn't going to backfire anytime soon. For all of this, their only rewards seem to be a really cursed front page graphic of Rachel Reeves as a pumpkin, which can we just accept that this is not a very good front page? And Keir Starmer being asked if he was waging class war, which I just can't cope with this.
In your tax decisions, you've targeted people who send their kids to private schools, people who earn income from assets, landowners, small business owners. There's a pattern here. Is it a class war for you?
No, absolutely not.
It's not a class war.
No, it's not.
You did all this conservative stuff. You bent over to try to make this budget palatable to the right-wing press, and they basically called you a communist pumpkin anyway. It's just really pathetic. I'm going to lead with a really forward question in this part. Is Keir Starmer a far-right conspiracy theorist? That might come across as a shocking thing to ask. Now, I wouldn't blame you if you went, SK, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it feels so outrageous to say out loud, and yet I think it's a question we might actually need to ask, because Keir Starmer has been sailing a little close to the wind with some of his comments, especially about immigration. I've already gotten into the background on immigration in that part about the race riots that we had over the summer, but as a refresher for you and for me, because it's been a little while, and to be honest, there's some chance you'll have forgotten, you can't get away from immigration as a topic in Britain. Decades of the press demonizing any and all immigration, and the hypervisibility of these small boats in the channel have created a, in my view, false sense of a crisis that's being exaggerated by racist media outlets and street fascism. One of the facts they used to create this sense of crisis is that in 2023, net migration was the highest on record. Now, I don't particularly give a shit, but Keir Starmer has decided it is the most important thing in the world to bring down net migration. You will have to ask him why, because he hasn't really explained why it's a bad thing for immigration to be happening at these levels. And so we're left to fill in those gaps. And when you look at how he thinks this has happened and who has celebrated his explanation, it doesn't look great. What did Keir Starmer actually say? In general, his position is that the UK's high net migration is the result of deliberate policy decisions taken by the Conservative Party, particularly after Brexit. Now, this is an odd thing to say for a number of reasons. Firstly, there are a lot of factors that have led to high net migration, but also the UK has one of the hardest border regimes in the world. The Labour Party has pushed this idea of the Tories running a deliberate, and that is the key word, deliberate open borders policy, which you can see from this attack video that I'm playing in the background of this that Labour posted on their official Twitter account. This idea of a deliberate policy was pushed by Starmer in a major speech. I believe it was that major relaunch, if I'm recalling correctly, but I might not be, so don't quote me on that, where he said the following.
Time and again, the Conservative Party promised they would get the numbers down. Time and again, they failed. Policies were reformed deliberately to liberalise immigration. Brexit was used for that purpose, to turn Britain into a one-nation experiment in open borders.
Now, what's the problem with this? Why have I focused on the fact that Labour and Keir Starmer seem to think this is deliberate? Two reasons. One is that attacking the Tories from the right on immigration has worked approximately never, and I'd like people to stop doing it. The other is that this notion that there is a group with political power, an elite, you might say, that is deliberately encouraging immigration. It sounds like Great Replacement Theory. For those unaware, Great Replacement Theory is the idea that some sinister group of elites, imagine that in like heavy quotes or in free brackets because it's Jews, let's be honest, that's who they mean, are conspiring to replace white people through deliberate mass immigration policies. Now, the only thing that really separates Starmer from this is that he doesn't fall into the vagary of saying elite. He specifies the Conservative Party. The problem is that, as with the earlier debate around immigration related to the race riots, no one has asked Starmer to explain why he thinks the Conservatives did this. He thinks there are legitimate concerns about immigration, but isn't specific about what those are, and that the Tories opened our borders on purpose to create mass migration. It sounds like a really bad set of beliefs to just leave floating in the ether, because all it'd take is some bad actors to, I don't know, notice these gaps and then, oh wait, the neo-Nazi group, Patriotic Alternative, released a statement praising Keir Starmer because never before has an MP or minister, let alone the Prime Minister, addressed this issue with such frankness and admitted that this was not an accident, but was done by design. Also in the statement, they make specific reference to Great Replacement, saying they used to say that the Great Replacement was a right-wing conspiracy theory, something made up to scare and deceive people. But on November 28th, the Prime Minister gave a press conference on the issue of immigration, where he sensationally admitted that the Great Replacement is not only real, but it was official government policy under the Conservatives. So what we have is a Prime Minister who believes that for some nefarious reason, that he refuses to be specific about, that the Conservatives opened our borders and that this was deliberate, and now he's getting praised by neo-Nazis who are claiming he's validated their conspiracy theory. Do you see how the question I asked at the start of this section might be a little relevant? I cannot emphasize how fringe this belief is. It's the kind of thing you'd see bot accounts with the Reform Party logo spouting on social media. Can we just acknowledge that at the very least, it is unwise to give neo-Nazis this kind of propaganda victory? I mean, I know the far right like to shit stir and endorse people to troll them, but usually they do this in a very sort of non-specific, general, oh, you know, they tell it how it is, you know, kind of way. I can't really argue with the stated position that Starmer said Great Replacement was real, because how else do you read those words? I said Starmer would be a bad Prime Minister. I even said I thought he'd be dangerous, but spouting a slightly toned-down version of a deranged far-right conspiracy theory to try to, soothe the anxieties who think they might be a little racist because they hate seeing black people on TV? I don't know at this point. But even I didn't think it could get this bad, and yet here we are. Do you remember after the 2016 US presidential election how it suddenly became bad to interfere in elections because someone may have done it to America, instead of the usual thing that happens, which is that America does it to everyone else? I'm reminded of it because to this day, you still get people who, unrelated to any current events, scream about how everything they don't agree with is Russia. To which I'd simply say, za zdrowie. That's probably not the correct toast, but I'm saying it anyway. I mentioned in a past video that certain Labour figures had gone to America in order to help, which I guess is one way to put it, the Kamala Harris campaign. Of course, I'm going to mention that the biggest crybaby in British politics, John Ashworth, was one of the people sent over to help her. And, well, I guess they took his advice given how that played out, but I also did a video about that, you know, cheeky plug, little cheeky plug. There's this particularly funny quote in the Politico article about this that I just want to share with you. One former colleague who worked alongside Mattinson on Labour's campaign, granted anonymity to speak frankly, said she wanted to put the hope and change stuff to one side and maintain a ruthless focus on Harris's appeal in swing states. Well, that went well. Seriously, given how Kamala lost every single swing state to Donald Trump, and that Labour frankly did kind of shit in the 2024 election, winning a majority with the lowest percentage ever, I fully believe this story, and I'm convinced that a lot of Labour people volunteered for her. Now, I want to take this opportunity to say that Labour and the Democrats are allied political parties, at least nominally. They occupy the same space politically. And it's not unusual for activists from either to go to the other country and put in a shift for the candidate. I don't even think there's anything especially wrong with that, even if your ideology is whatever the fuck Keir Starmer and Kamala Harris are meant to believe. It probably doesn't know borders, and that's kind of okay. So that made it really funny when a LinkedIn post by Labour's, maybe former, I'm not sure, head of operations, Sophia Patel, ended up being part of a formal complaint about electoral interference on behalf of the Democrats. Now, I don't know where this complaint is at, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm certainly not a lawyer who specializes in American electoral law. So I have no clue what's going to happen or who gets punished or how this is meant to work. But at the very least, it's awkward because now Keir Starmer is going to kiss Trump's ass, which is going to be extremely sickening and awkward, but at least we're going to get the Donald Trump nickname for Keir Starmer, so we have that to look forward to at least. Labour staff cancelled their trips, once this controversy erupted. And apparently Safir Patel was dealt with as a result of this, which, you know, sounds kind of like they filled up her briefcase with concrete and threw her in a river. Anyway, it would be wrong of me to leave this issue without saying that the Republicans were basically calling everything at this time electoral interference. So this is probably not that big a deal in reality, so much as it is kind of awkward and funny. So, you know, we can enjoy it for what it is. Instead, for the serious part of this, I would like to remind you all that America and Britain are not the only two countries in the world, and take you to Lithuania, home of tree cakes, beautiful lakes, and a train station with a giant statue of Tony Soprano that, yes, I have seen in person. Lithuania had an election this year, and the winners of the election were the... Oh, God, here we go. We're going to have to pronounce it in Lithuanian. Lietuvos Socialdemokratų Partija, or the Lithuanian Social Democratic Party, or the LSD Party. Not that kind of LSD, sadly. Not really that kind of party either. But in all seriousness, I'm going to call them the LSDP because that's the easiest thing to call them. They won, and they won quite convincingly by Lithuanian standards, so bear in mind that what we're talking about is not the decisive factor so much as the fact that Lithuania's government was deeply unpopular, which, you know, we kind of figured it out, right? Center-right liberal journalist Andrius Tapinas revealed via a Facebook post, which there will be a link to a translation of this Facebook post in the description, since Facebook's translation function kind of sucks, that the LSDP had used an advert that Labour had made without their permission. And you can see them side by side here, and yeah, it's the exact same fucking advert, right? You get it. You're not stupid. No one's this stupid. They're the same thing. So they asked Labour for permission to use it after the fact, and Labour sent an email basically saying, yeah, sure, have it, and yeah, good luck with the election. And yeah, that's fine, that's as you do, right? They're sister parties, and they're both completely fucking useless, so of course they get along really well. Lithuania has some pretty specific laws about donations, and this permission is considered a donation because it's materially assisting the LSDP. It's basically a non-cash donation because it's intellectual property. Lithuania also has specific laws with regards to who's allowed to donate to political parties in Lithuania. Can you guess who the only group are that are allowed to donate? Lithuanian citizens. Now, this law is pretty directly intended to limit Russian interference in Lithuanian politics, which, unlike America, is, I would say, somewhat actually at risk of it. It turns out maybe Lithuania should have been more worried about their old reliable NATO allies interfering in their elections rather than Russia. I haven't been able to find an update on this beyond the journalist mentioning it in that original post. I don't know whether their electoral commission is looking into this seriously or not. What I can say is that Labour have absolutely provided material support for the LSDP, and the LSDP have got into coalition with a really interesting and very normal party called Nemuno Aušra, or the Dawn of Nemunas. And yes, it is exactly what it sounds like. The leader of this party, Remigijus Žemaitaitis, was kicked out of a party whose logo used to be this. And yes, I think this is based on what you think it's based on if you recognize it. For being too racist, specifically anti-Semitism, and I don't just mean, oh, he criticized Israel, which he does. He's called for Netanyahu to be executed for his crimes in Gaza, which, you know, interesting policy, we should hear him out a little bit, but I don't think he's got there for the right reasons. He specifically quoted a well-known Lithuanian rhyme about killing Jewish people. He's claimed that Jews and the Soviet Union were behind a massacre of Lithuanians that occurred in World War II when it was actually the SS who did it. And I know because I went to the place this massacre happened and read the information board. It was definitely the SS. And he added Holocaust minimization to it by claiming Lithuanians had suffered, and I'm quoting here, a greater Holocaust than the Jews, which is at best trivialization of the Holocaust, which is generally not a good place to be. I can't find a precise source for this other thing he said, but I seem to recall him specifically blaming Jewish people for the oppression of Lithuanians under the Soviet Union. You get the picture. He's not a good guy. The LSDP went into coalition with him, meaning he now has government-level power in a European state. Labour under Keir Starmer has provided material support that resulted in an actual anti-Semite being part of a governing coalition in another country. That might feel like an exaggeration, and it's not Labour's fault, you know, who the LSDP go into coalition with. But just imagine if this was Keir Starmer's predecessor as Labour leader and that this had happened under him. It'd be a news story for years on end. Regardless, since it's not going to be reported on by any English language outlet, at least not that I'm aware of, it's entirely possible it exists, I'm going to call it an SKTheCrusder exclusive, and it's something I only know because someone I know follows Lithuanian politics and speaks Lithuanian. Who knows how many more interference scandals could be out there? Inquiring minds want to know. Alright, folks, that's day 3 down. We've got one more day of recording and then I'm free. I'm free from this hell.
You chose that.
Let's go. Whoa. Okay, boys, and it is mostly boys who watch this channel. Day 4, last beer. Let's go. I'm ready to...
Oi. Women. Been watching you for years. Remember that, Sinan. I will leave a comment. Naughty boy.
To be done with this. Let's just... Oh, there it is. Alright, pouring out the last beer. The last beer Starmer. God, that was a friend of mine's username on Twitter for a long time. Right. Another perfect pour. W's in the chat for the perfect pour. And it's the last day. Cheers, everyone. You know, it's strange. I used to not really like non-alcoholic beer. Now I kind of really like it now that the selection has just improved in general. Just interesting to note. There's been a quieter media narrative about Keir Starmer that there was a little push for, which then kind of quietly faded, which was the idea that Keir Starmer and his government had some kind of woman problem. The press and the Conservatives try this with every single Labour leader, and it almost never works. It's an interesting thread to pull on, though, because I think there are some things that maybe if you look at it with a certain lens, you could justify this notion that Keir Starmer does in fact have some kind of woman problem. Firstly, let's look at an example that is both cringe and not him having a woman problem.
Back in a minute.
The Conservatives tried to attack Starmer on the basis that his removal of a portrait of Margaret Thatcher was in some way an expression of his deeply held misogyny. This is total bollocks. I know this might be a bit of a shock for Conservatives, but Margaret Thatcher is deeply disliked by some people.
Any good? Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I put a stake through her heart and garlic round her neck to make sure she never come back.
Isn't that a pretty horrible thing to say when her funeral's going on right now?
Too bad.
I do want to take this opportunity to say that I think I may have gotten...
May have recognised that accent. An entire nation hates her for merry reasons. She used us as guinea pigs. She destroyed our industry. She used the North Sea oil money to create a benefits category to take people out of the unemployment figures. That got changed by the way. Like most of our stuff, but not the industrial strategy. Essentially, we're still mostly service industry, which sucks. So Scotland despises that person. She is called she or her. We try not to name her in case she appears to try and haunt us again.
This slightly wrong in the first video that I did about Keir Starmer. While there were some indications of a pattern that would lead me to say he had an issue with women, I didn't quite connect the dots between his conduct as DPP, or Director of Public Prosecutions, especially in relation to the prosecution rates of violent crimes committed against women, and the fact that two of the high-profile politicians the party had targeted for political attacks within their own party were women of colour. Diane Abbott, who Starmer appears to have tried to force out of the House of Commons, and Upsana Begum, whose treatment at the hands of the party was awful and could only be described as the party allowing itself to be used as an extension or continuation of the abuse that she was suffering at the hands of her ex-husband. I want to say that this is an area where I could have done better in the last video. Even the material that was cut from the video, and there was a lot of it, I didn't quite grasp this issue in that way. If you want the context on Upsana Begum and Diane Abbott and their treatment at the hands of Starmer, the last video is a good place to go, but just bear in mind that I'm not 100% satisfied with the analysis I made. I focused more on it being a racism and political thing than a misogyny thing, and I think it made my argument weaker than it could have been. That being said, I want to provide updates related to those two women. Just to remind you all of where we'd got to with Diane Abbott last time. She was suspended from the Labour Party after The Observer, which have now been sold to some tortoise media or some shit, published a letter from her where she appeared to downplay some people's experiences of racism, which Keir Starmer sort of submitted to Labour's independent processes, keeping himself out of it. It turned out those processes had concluded, and he'd deliberately withheld the party whip from her after the conclusion of that process, meaning her status as an independent MP was a political decision on Keir Starmer's part and nothing to do with the disciplinary process. Then it was revealed that a major Tory donor had talked about Diane Abbott by saying that she should have been shot, which correctly resulted in quite a lot of sympathy being expressed and generally condemnation of the donor in question. Though the Tories did try to pull the "he's apologised, what more do you want? He's already said he's sorry" line, but this isn't about
give back the money. Thank you. They didn't hang on. I can't remember. They may have given the money back. The guy's name is Frank Hester. And yeah, you did say that. What a bastard.
Them. It was reported at the time that Starmer didn't really seem to want to provide her support on a personal level. It really did feel like during this time period on the reporting, there was an empathy gap. Since the election, Diane Abbott, who was eventually allowed to be the Labour candidate for her seat, has spoken to the press about this, and she said that Keir Starmer treated her as a non-person, that the party itself didn't really offer her any support during this incident, and that she'd got more sympathy and support from Stephen Flynn, the Westminster leader of the SNP. This is kind of a complicated one.
That delightful, bald Scottish chap from earlier. He is based, and also disabled, like myself. We like Stephen Flynn. Glad he got voted back in.
Because on the one hand, Keir Starmer is the head of the institutions that are the Labour Party and the Parliamentary Labour Party. So he is, in the "a fish rots from a head down" hypothesis, pretty directly responsible for setting the culture of these institutions. However, you do also inherit aspects of an institution when you come into leading them. The problem Keir Starmer has is part of his political mythology, especially around this time as Director of Public Prosecutions, is that he's able, in relatively short periods of time, to reshape institutions. And he's been Labour leader for over 4 years now. This is his institution. And it looks like it's very deliberately treating its most senior black woman MP like scum. Absana Begum's story is in a lot of ways worse than this. There were attempts to deselect her, that is, remove her as the candidate for her party, led by friends of her ex-husband, who also ran against her in the last election. Thankfully, he got absolutely curb-stomped. He came fourth, but the party has not handled this particular issue well. It's allowed itself to be used as an extension of her ex-husband's abuse. And if I might speculate a little, it appeared as if her local party was trying to use the abuse she suffered as an excuse to try to send her to prison, or at least legally sanction her for things that she did while she was under the control of her abusive ex-husband. In any case, whipping at Westminster is not an exciting topic. It's party discipline, and most people don't give a fuck about it. But in this case, we may want to pay attention to what they're leveraging to get her to vote the way they wanted. I just want to note as well that in this particular case, she did end up rebelling against the party line because it was about the 2-child benefit cap. McMorrin then reportedly said that in order to be supported, Begum needed to be a Labour MP. That is, not defy the whip over the 2-child limit vote and thus lose the whip. It is reported that Apsana told colleagues afterwards that she was shaken and felt her request to not talk about this issue in this way was not respectful, and the whole thing had been wholly inappropriate. What's been reported here, at least if you're looking at it kind of straight on, is that Labour is leveraging giving a woman support in relation to her domestic abuse in exchange for votes. I get that political parties and movements need some element of discipline, but there's surely a middle ground between complete chaos like it's the Wild West and a strict Trotskyite style cult of personality. We might chalk these issues up as party discipline that just happen to involve women of colour. Here's the thing though, Starmer has also run into this issue with white women. Let's talk about Sue Gray. God, I hate this so much. Sue Gray was a senior civil servant who led an investigation into Partygate, which pretty severely condemned Boris Johnson and probably precipitated his eventual resignation as Prime Minister. She was then hired as Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, which had caused a minor media controversy from the Conservatives, where they thought she'd deliberately hobbled Johnson in order to make life easier for her future boss. I've not seen any really compelling evidence of that. If it exists, feel free to share it. But as of right now, I don't really buy it. My speculation is that Starmer wanted someone who was a technocrat, who was easy to integrate into his kind of non-political way of doing politics, at least superficially non-political, and senior civil servant whose son is now a Labour MP and who took a career break to run a pub in the north of Ireland is kind of perfect for that, I guess. There's nothing political going on there at all. The real controversy began when it was revealed that Sue Gray earned more than Keir Starmer, something that is not really in her power to decide. So I don't really see how it's exactly her fault. The BBC has been told that Sue Gray asked for and was given a salary of £170,000, 3,000 more than the Prime Minister and more than any cabinet minister or her Conservative predecessor. One source told the BBC it was suggested that she might want to go for a few £1,000s less than the Prime Minister to avoid this very story. She declined. A government source close to Ms. Gray said this claim was categorically untrue, and she had no involvement in any decision on her pay. Basically, it's a lot of he said, she said. The source for these rumours isn't clear, but a lot of people have pointed the finger of blame at another senior Starmer member of staff, Morgan McSweeney, who it's been reported had been having what I would characterise as an extremely immature office dispute over whose desk gets to be closest to the boss's office. This led to a sense of a chaotic operation within Number 10, which meant Keir Starmer had to come out and insist that he was...
That's a good question. That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure if I can find out the... Let's see. How old Morgan McSweeney is. Oh. 48. Basically 2 years older than me. He is a vindictive, petty man. Who is basically the puppet master for this person. Delightful. And this is seen as kind of infighting. Really? So a lot of the press believed this was him culling Sue Gray, essentially. I don't care. I really don't like this man.
In fact, in control, which, is always reassuring and does not remind me of that Game of Thrones scene where Tywin sends Joffrey for bedtime and it's still light out. She was eventually removed as Chief of Staff and replaced by Morgan McSweeney. How odd! With the line at that time being that she was going to be offered an alternative role, which Keir Starmer then appeared to withdraw the offer of, but also she apparently rejected it. Sources said the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, who was on a short break between roles after standing down almost 6 weeks ago, had been told Number 10 was likely to rescind the job offer before she had even taken it up. Which doesn't allay my sense that there is a chaotic operation in Number 10, but it is curious that this particular controversy has erupted around one of his most senior women members of staff. We could characterize this as a political dispute that's gone wrong, but I'm a little confused as to what politics could possibly have been in dispute here between such supposedly non-political people beyond, rat fucking the left, I guess. You could, I suppose, argue that this was just a matter of someone not being the right fit for the job they were in. But there are ways to work around that in a well-managed structure. I guess that might be the problem at play here, actually, at a fundamental level. It just didn't need to escalate like this, and it fits into an unfortunate pattern. It's odd in the context of this question, then, that the first high-profile resignation from Starmer's front bench was a woman, and it was argued. Also, the resignation seemed like bullshit to me, but whatever. Louise Hay resigned from... It hadn't been kind of an interesting standard to hold people to, especially when CV fraud is a thing. She was advised by Number 10, which is a very funny way. It's kind of honourable in a way the Tories aren't. On the other hand, as soon as she resigned, a more right-wing, less pro-nationalisation of the Rail Starmer ally was just shoehorned in. I also think this is just remarkably unsympathetic in a way that's a little concerning. Like, I've been mugged, and I get that she pled guilty to fraud, but it is scary, and it sucks, and I do feel a little bad for her. Like, it's hard.
Don't you know when you get nominated, a vetting process. Starmer would have known this already. Wonder who leaked it.
Mugged. I do also think it's odd how many a particular problem with women, and especially when you consider how he's leading the charge on anti-trans policies, whose ultimate net effect will be harmful the night I record these sections, which means that sometimes there's been a lot of movement on an issue in the past week or so, and that is the case with this one. The British government has seriously accelerated its anti-trans policies, which are characterised, and I think they're characterised correct, Section 28, which basically all of this so you bear in mind that if you're watching this a month or even a past decade or so on the issue of trans rights that has culminated in the Cass review. I won't really get into that in detail here, but my friend taining than me, so she'll be linked below for you. Wow, what a great move. Link someone to someone else's hour-long video in probably hour 3 of this, or hour 3 of this video. In essence,
Come on. We've been at this for ages. Really do. But fuck. This is long. Trying to rival Ken Byrne.
Methodology is at best faulty and at worst in existence in general. Labour inherited, just whatever reason, I don't know, which
it's called precocious puberty. And if come back. They get these to stop them until they're older. They get them until they're older. Puberty can start at a young age. And we don't want that. But denying it,
which I think raises the question of why it's safe for one group and not the other. They always cite some vague negative outcomes, which you might be thinking. Labour also inherited an EHRC, that is an Equality and Human Rights Commission, which is the equalities watchdog in the UK that is meant to protect people's rights, people of their rights. Now at a point where if you are a child who's trans, you can only access puberty blockers as part of medical trials, where they're now apparently suggesting conducting double-blind tests because of the fucking Cass review, not just
through a double blind. You will be able to tell. I didn't start going through puberty until I was 16. Quite a lot later than most people. And all of the in my family started young. So for God's sake, all just
both unethical and impossible. If you're in that they do not want and that will harm their well-being, I think if you've not had issues around your gender identity, it's hard to understand how it feels when your body is more torture, and this should be understood as such. If you want a more science-y perspective, wow, you can tell I earned those 2 degrees in physics, huh? Any results you get from an experiment like this would be invalid. They'd be totally invalid, and you couldn't use them to determine anything. There's just no way you could use these in any legitimate...
This is concerned. Just fuck off. I see that as a scientist. You can't do vaccines because if you expose so did the Japanese during the war. So no, not allowed. Don't do that. So there's Thank you.
They're still letting cis kids use them, and other countries, when they've conducted similar reviews, have just of the evidence you're drunk. Maybe you're drunk. As a result of this, whistleblowers revealed that there had been an uptick in the suicide of trans children that essentially led to the which I don't think is their fault, that covers this, and that'll be in the sources document. It's a very odd story amidst the tragedy of this report is, let us hurt you and be quiet about it. No, go fuck yourself. Then there's this little fact from the government's own consultation of the permanent order, 59%. Supporting the permanent order, 14%. What an odd group of people those 14% are. Which means the government is just going against, like, why do this? Why hide behind processes? This all led to an occupation by Trans Kids Deserve Better of Wes Streeting's office, and they put out an article in Huck magazine that outlined there isn't a side effect of the end from the Conservatives. Labour has chosen to do with his power. I kept pushing back, asking for proof, because there wasn't any, and we fucking told you, and this is what fucking happened. I'm just fucking sick of this. You know, there's also been some movement in the past on Blue Sky about this in the sources document, because I am not here. My understanding is the Crown Prosecution Service has updated its guidelines on deception as to sex to include not disclosing your assigned gender at birth to a potential partner, because you're committing a crime now. You now need to disclose it before you even share a kiss. It's hard to get away from just a series of decisions in hospitals, and you're left to wonder, have they just been rad? I was thinking about it so sudden in some cases that you do just wonder what the catalyst was for this pivot from some people, because it's clearly about more than appeasing the electorate. Like, they've already won the election, and the electorate don't agree with this stuff. I'm just at a loss and just so deeply sad about this. I don't really know. I can hear you allowed to do politics. Let me explain. If you're a person who focuses on British foreign policy and advocates for it to change, you're treated as if you're a child. You don't rock the boat. As illustrated by David Lammy's approach to Donald Trump in this image in 2017, he calls him a Nazi sympathizer and supports protesting against him. In 2024, he's congratulating him for winning the presidency. How none of this is really allowed to change. It's beyond our democratic control. It's not a coincidence that when there was a foreign policy-focused leader of coups. Let's look at another example of this phenomena. The UK has had a relationship with Saudi Arabia that basically boils down to, we give them weapons that they use to kill people in Yemen, and they get to be an autocracy that keeps the sweet, sweet oil as him going cap in hand to a dictator. Cut to a few years later, and guess who Starmer's meeting? Mohammed bin Salman about investing in British infrastructure. One might say he's going cap in hand to a dictator. Opposition foreign policy. It didn't raise any alarms in the press, but even when they're just sort of following the rules, Labour outriders kind of struggle to justify this kind of thing.
A great instability in the Middle East and the world generally. The UK is in touch with both trading partners and allies in the Middle East to try to do what we can to...
Even the community. Maybe I'm convincing myself. Maybe I'm going to change my mind mid-video. Starmer also refused to even discuss the issue of reparations in relation to the British Empire and so on, which led to him speak to just how bad his grasp of what the depth of fucking spectacular picture of him that I'm only really sharing because just look at it. It's art. In more recent news, as illegally occupying and should leave. Here's a clip for you in case you...
will be to make sure that its position in the Golan is secure.
So that's supported by the UK?
We will always have right to defend.
This haunted looking person is Pat McFadden. As you can tell, he is Scottish. Glaswegian to be funny talk. I don't like him. Man.
About it. And I think I've actually become kind of worse about it in government. I know that for some of you watching, especially the hate watchers, even talking about Palestinians as if they're human will feel like an attack. But it doesn't make it less true, and it doesn't make Palestine any less of a defining foreign policy of this video or watching this video now. that will say that they were always on the side of the Palestinians, while also calling for their eradication now. That's why it's important we have an accurate did. In the last video on Keir Starmer, I can only say that in government, particularly the bit on foreign policy, surprise, an occupier has no rights in that regard, and that people, not states, have the right to defend themselves.
Ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages.
Now, while this is really funny, it did predictably lead to people claiming he was secretly signaling anti-Semitism, as if non-pork sausages don't play to him, and I will play you a clip of him explaining in his own words why he did it.
I hadn't planned on saying anything. It's just when I heard him speak about how he wanted to see that are being used in Lebanon and in Gaza right now, and the Prime Minister, he could stop that. He could stop that right now. He doesn't. Won't lift a finger to actually stop that.
There was, I think, another protester, a different protester, manhandled out of Labour's conference, and you can see from this Owen Jones tweet that he got himself roughed up pretty bad. Violence in Britain against British people to crush dissenters. Labour MPs are also hanging out with Israeli ambassador Tzipi Hotovele as part of Labour Friends meeting. But she thinks Keir Starmer's marriage should be illegal. And if you met someone today in Britain who was anti-interracial marriage, it's almost like they don't think Palestinians are equal humans. It's almost as if there's some kind of end arms sales to Israel, which Labour have done a little bit of. They have suspended some arms licenses. He basically, which to me, when Iran launched its missile attack on Israel, it appeared to specifically be targeting military installations and targets because, you know, they actually had more respect for civilian life. In fact, it was revealed that the UK had been flying reconnaissance, an active participant in their genocide, and our support is so deep, apparently, that Brits may well have to die to defend. Then the issue of the genocide itself came up with Foreign Secretary David Lammy saying that correctly calling the genocide what it is undermines the seriousness of Keir Starmer has also followed up
reference to what happened in October of last year. I'm well aware of the definition of genocide, and that is why I've never described this as and referred to it as genocide.
To which I would say, aware of it, inquiring Attorney General, who's the UK's most senior, of genocide. So far as I know, there was no response to that, but David Lammy, UN special, throwing more clips. All of the clips at this point. I'm so done with this.
Somewhat, I hadn't realised that Mr. Lammy was...
They say they've come around to the position that the public have been calling for with regard to the same fundamental assumptions that led to them getting into it with sections of the public. Doing that. There's one other kind of interesting aspect of Keir Starmer's foreign policy I'd like to think about, which is that he and his government... She is also expected to attend the Atreyu Festival, an annual event organised by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's Brothers of Italy party, where she will speak alongside Mr. Piandatossi on tackling migration across Europe. You might think it'd be rude or something to just say like, hey, I'm too busy, thanks for the invite, but I'm too busy. But no, that is generally how you handle these things apparently, and hear of some of the previous attendees of this festival. Previous speakers at the festival have included former Donald Trump advisor Steve Bannon, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, and in 2023, Rishi Sunak, which I feel like that just kind of self-described centre-left is embracing the far right. Which one do you think is more likely? I don't know. Feel free to tell me. Now, I want to take a detour real quick because this is something I cut from my last video, and I promise you to have a special affinity for Italy because, and I promise you I've tried, and I couldn't really find anything that covered the opposition, and it makes me wonder how much of this connection to the Italian right is via...
I want to do this. Starmer, what the hell? What the hell?
Because he does couples that have had really good working relationships with each other across borders and political divides. It's been known to happen. These things do have a personal component to them, and maybe Keir Starmer's, which does make Starmer's choice of friend in this case curious. What is it about Meloni that he likes so much that he's doing fascist salutes with her? Okay, maybe that's an unfortunate picture taken at an unfortunate moment, but they do seem to be really close in these pictures in a way that transcends a working relationship, which is hard to take when this is the reason why he is apparently going to Italy. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has said he is interested in learning about Italy's scheme to send migrants rescue. Scheme has been squashed by for cheaper ways to do the same thing. Yeah, it's that. It's basically always that. Now, without some back, wondering why we're trying to learn about immigration. I will say it is a good question. Let's see what Starmer has to say about that.
Here, there's been some quite dramatic reductions about.
Again, we're consistently spoken about immigration and issues of racism. Some people like to claim this is a 4D chess move from Starmer or some agrees with it. Whether this is a slide to the right in our foreign policy is perhaps a little unclear, because honestly it was hard to be much more right-wing on foreign policy, and yet here's Starmer honeymoon photos with a fascist prime minister. January 2024, 38% of the people to survive and live a full life should not depend on you doing something that capital deems valuable. The other fact is that those folders had better be the best damn folders in the world. That's all I'm saying. So we could say the government believes it's entitled to its own people on benefits looks like in the UK. First of all, benefits that ultimately subsidise excessive rents, like housing benefit, are going to be frozen next year. Do you think rents are going to be frozen next year? Or any kind of rent control will be brought in? A moral failing that they need it in the first place, which is why being raised above inflation. It's also why stories like this one. The basic proposition that's constantly put forward is that work is dignified and it's the best way out of poverty. You heard David Cameron say this a million times. It's true. Then why are so many people who work in poverty? Can anyone tell me? I guess it can't be that good a route out of poverty after all. Also, if you think all work is inherently dignified, I'm gonna sector. Trust me, thinking about why they treat benefit claimants like this. And one particular story gave me what I needed to just sort of put it out there. So let me introduce the story. Where employed people should be given weight loss, actual newspaper and everything. New weight loss jabs could be given to unemployed people to help get them back into work, Wes Streeting has suggested. What a horrible policy, but he is all...
Wes should be in charge of health and social care. At all. Shouldn't even be in the cabinet in my opinion. Thank you.
Also made the specific denial that this was not dystopian, which made the BBC have one of the funniest headline combinations with a picture that I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I'm totally reassured by this. Are you not reassured by this? They have a right to impose a medical intervention on... Look, I'm not a doctor, I'm not going to say that for certain. I'm emboldened to say it. Starmer's even expressed some mild support for this batshit policy. I know I joke about them thinking about people like us as lost jabs that have to... Do you think they have to impose a potentially lifelong medical intervention on a person who can't consent if they're under finance? You know, there's that famous clip. And I want to be clear now that I'm feeling a bit more chill with you all after so many hours of doing you all. The longest-serving black MP was originally not a high-quality candidate, or high enough quality for Keir Starmer, and that people who voted to feed... Let's travel to a fucking fellow called Mike Amesbury, but he's kind of a nothing guy, blends into the paint, but... Police, which is kind of an interesting group to be opposing violence with, but whatever, which will be relevant... Trust me, because I'm going to show you the footage that I have watched many times. This is an intense conversation with there. Now, if that's not enough, we also have...
You'll never do it again, will you?
You'll never
the MP had gone chase. You'll never threaten the MP again, will you? Yeah, but the MP had got... The MPs have gone chase.
It took longer to suspend this guy, where we have video evidence, than it took to suspend people who voted to feed kids, with Bridget Phillipson deciding that this was a matter for the police. And I mean, yeah, And then Wes Streeting, God, I've had enough of that guy. He's not really able to say if he should resign or not. So I understand if he was trying to sell you one, but imagine getting into an actual fist fight with your local MP, getting in this fist fight and then claiming someone threatened you. Now, to be entirely fair, he was suspended from the party, but they should around Neil Coyle sympathetic to anyone who's struggling with addiction and know how much that kind of thing can hollow you out. On the other hand, to be honest, whether he's an alcoholic or not, he's still a fucking prick. So he's getting it in this video, at least a little bit. Neil Coyle has a pretty extensive history of abusive behavior, and it'd be hard to just sort of nail it down to one thing. So from a Squawk Box about his alleged treatment of a Labour staff member at the PLP meeting following the Copeland and Stoke by-elections. He is the subject of a social media. Coyle is the subject of a formal complaint regarding alleged public bullying of a recently departed member of staff. Wow, he gets them coming and going, apparently. He is sending abusive emails to attempt to body shame a parliamentary colleague. It's just an awful company, and had this many complaints about you, about these kinds of things, you would probably be sacked. I mean, let's say you're not sacked, but the very things, and not for sending abusive texts to ex-Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, which resulted in possibly my favourite text exchange that I have ever seen, from the abusing a judge, used abusive language with racial overtones towards a British Chinese, claimed that he was half Chinese and that it was unnecessary to use such a trope, that he had been giving renminbi to Gardner. Later, Dyer said Coyle put two fingers up. In the context of some of the things that have resulted in almost permanent isolation from the Labour Party, is a bit astounding, and we have to wonder what Neil Coyle has on Keir Starmer or the Labour whips. If you know, please tell me, because maybe I can blackmail Keir Starmer into having some actually good fucking policies. The reason he even gets a mention at all is because as I was writing this script, a whole new thing happened where he was forced to resign from a parliamentary committee, and then Labour just session of the committee in early November. According to three people familiar with the matter, one of whom described it. In a statement, Coyle said, "I am delighted to be taken on a new role as Labour's political lead for the capital." Do you remember how Trump talked about how he could just start shooting people and his supporters would still love him? I'm pretty sure that Neil Coyle could stand at a... He has been something of a controversial BBC investigation of the properties he owns, with some of the properties having black mold all over, which makes me wonder if Harry was deselected in a process that on that. But Jazz Aswell was actually originally suspended in 2019 due to an allegation against him which led to Tarry being selected, which he claims he was cleared of, but here's some reporting to the contrary. Aswell wasn't claimed, told Novara Media, but he has a reputation as a ruthless political operator, so perhaps that's why he was brought in, right? Starmer clearly is the landlord of an unsafe private care home where gone missing and been left at risk of criminal in the current parliament, and he's in the Labour Party. You do have to wonder what exactly the principles are here. Is this a high quality candidate, a slumlord, making people live in black mold infested house? We could go in depth into how much of a fraud Rachel Reeves is, or about Lord Hendy, who got someone sacked for raising safety concerns and then raised those concerns himself. At a certain point to do a victory lap that's too long. You get the idea. Labour, we need to get this video to some kind of ending. Alright everyone, I'm going to be a bit more lax during this outro because it's been a long video and I think we just want to have a little chat at the end. So I don't criticize, and these criticisms, their existence do not make things worse. They are not undermining Labour. Labour is undermining subscribers on YouTube completely destroyed the Labour Party. Like, if that's true, then Stars also need to understand that the Labour Party itself is kind of an unchanging machine. Take it from me, I was in that party. It is an unchanging machine, trying to change its policy. Labour is a party that is out of control. It is not in control of itself. And you'll see this with things like the rebellion on different people who rebel. I don't think that's true, but you know. My other part to think about in this is that Keir Starmer is done. He's finished. Like, it's actually over for him. So now we need to start thinking about what the post-Starmer political landscape looks like. And it's an unfortunate... unfortunate question. It is also an important question, and unfortunately, it does. I will remind people, is the only politician from outside of the two major parties to win a nationwide election. Now, admittedly, these were European election affairs, and that's what our elections are increasingly becoming. And so this is a ripe environment for Nigel Farage, and you already see it, right? He can play the game. He can play the game. And the thing is, this threat was obvious, which was spoke out. You know, I spoke out. Plenty of people spoke out against Starmer's constant left punching and concessions to the far right, because conceding to them never satisfies them. It can never satisfy. Come in and they're like, oh, so what's the alternative? What's the alternative? It's your job as a critic to create a political alternative. And no, it's not the point of political criticism. My point of political criticism is not to create an alternative. Like, it's not my job. I'm not that critique to criticize. But in terms of alternatives, there are rumours that Jeremy Corbyn is going to form a party. Now, I don't put much stock in this. I don't think it's going to happen. The alternative is not in electoral politics, right? I don't think it's in electoral politics. I think we need to broaden a little bit, because the movement we're confronting because of Starmer's failure is not one that... And I think that's
It never is.
And also, I guess, if you are in Labour, if you insist on staying in Labour, demand better, I guess, but I don't really know what good that's going to do at this point. But with that, everyone, more of my recording, I have this much non-alcohol. So I would like to thank Emir, who made the thumbnail for this video. Absolute perfect master crafting of my vision here. He's done a fantastic job with this. Commission, he's the best. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I'm not saying nothing. I also need to thank my proofreader, who read this as I was writing it, and she did a fantastic job. And so, and the YouTube members Nadir Jiwa, Katie Marshall, Roger Zugi, and Scaly Bubble. Thank you. Remember, there is a discount code available for half off the top 2 tiers. 2 Furious. That is the number 2. Kieth, the number 2 again, Furious, spelt the normal way, which is the normal. Once again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I will catch you on the next one in 2025. Peace.
That was awesome. I'm into. There's a really good one by her. Helena. No justice. MTG. Fuck it. Thank you. Where should we be? Should I just type it? Oh dear. Oh God, no.
So news has just broken today that Lloyd Russell Moyle and Faiza Shaheen, two people who are on the left of the party...
Wrong one, wrong one. Getting closer, getting closer. Found it. I found it. Thank God. Thank God.
But you and I both Prime Minister. And of course it will be Keir Starmer. But I am on the left of politics. And this is my plea to other progressive and left-leaning people, specifically as why you should not vote for the Labour Party. You should not vote for Keir Starmer. He is going to win the election with right-wingers voting for his right wing. We don't need our votes. We need to show only as their platform, not progressive, but Keir Starmer himself as a politician and the people in his shadow cabinet are not fit to lead this country. He is not fit to be Prime Minister. With Keir Starmer is that he lies. He lies constantly. He lies maliciously with complete impunity. Yet and these supports, he said he wouldn't impose candidates from the NEC. That was a total lie as well. When it comes to the pledges, they've all been scrapped. They were nationalising mail, energy and water, getting rid of tuition fees, freedom of movement as we leave the European Union, increasing the taxes on the top 5% of earners, abolishing that he deliberately broke, because the man is a liar, and you should not trust him, and that fact alone should be enough to think him unfit to be Prime Minister. That fact alone pleads impunity. Why should anything be different because of Keir Starmer? Keir Starmer is a Conservative. He admits it as such. He said he was proud to be called a Conservative, and that if people called him one, he didn't care. He said that Labour Party represented true conservatism. Conservative Party has abandoned. People like the transphobic and racist party of capital see for big business. They have promised to increase levels of privatisation in our NHS by selling bits off and having more money being pumped into private provision of healthcare, allowing black super rich personally, and he is not raising any of their taxes. No wealth taxes, increasing capital gains tax, nothing like that is in the manifesto. So you should not vote for it. They have become the party of capital. They've embedded their cabinet and their PPCs with lobbyists for private water, private equity, when they went to the banks saying that our manifesto has your fingerprints all over it. Rachel Reeves supported the Edinburgh reforms that cut liquidity requirements for private insurance higher because of the greater risk of natural disaster. That is because they have links to so many people who are representing. Labour wanted to not have gender ideology taught in schools. They are making it harder for people to transition. They are also, on top of that, wanting to make it harder for people to get a gender recognition certificate by increasing the time that you need to have transphobic people within their party, continually referring to them as people who are important members of the party. They have said transphobic things on camera on that, gone off to Julie Hartley-Brewer and people from The Sun saying that he doesn't think trans women are women. And that's the person going to be in charge of trans people's healthcare. If you value the transgender community, if you value the LGBT community at large, you should not vote for. The party is an institutionally racist party. They threatened to gag Martin Ford, who was a lawyer who they hired to investigate what was going on with racism internally, to gag him because he was too critical about how they dealt with Islamophobia and anti-black racism within the Labour Party. If you care about minority community bankers, hedge funders, and lobbyists for foreign countries, their donations have breached the Electoral Commission's laws on private donations. Starmer himself has accepted more private gifts than Green Power, and on top of that, they are happy to have people like PricewaterhouseCoopers and private consultancies stuff their offices for free, which again means they are getting return on investment from that extra money that's been pumped in and from those free secondments they've gotten from people like PricewaterhouseCoopers. Starmer said, and I quote, that Israel has that right to restrict water, food and fuel to the Palestinians in Gaza. He did this 3 times and even sent out Emily Thornberry to repeat it again on Newsnight before U-turning. He whipped Labour MPs to oppose a motion. This man has betrayed the Labour Party's commitment to Palestine. And any amount of U-turning he does now that he's seen Muslim communities and communities that care about the issues in Palestine, that is done in bad faith to try and win these people back. Not his genuine position was the one that he took initially after what happened in October. And he rejected a ceasefire for months and months and months and months and months until he realised there was political capital in assessing to one. If you care about Palestine, you should not vote Labour. Labour will open the door to NHS privatisation. Shadow Health Secretary Wes Streeting promised to go further than Tony Blair in letting the private sector into the NHS. They have the same NHS plans essentially as Reform UK, which is to spend public money trying to sector to bring down waiting lists when there is no extra spare private sector capacity in this country.
There is no spare private sector capacity because it's all NHS staff doing overtime in the private sector, with people with links to private healthcare investments. They're even running a private healthcare multi-millionaire in Islington North against Jeremy Corbyn. If you care about the NHS, you should not vote Labour. Labour has betrayed young people by scrapping climate commitments such as their green investment plans, U-turning on the licensing for the Rosebank oil field in the private sector. They have happily had climate deniers in lists of candidates for MPs for the next, for this, by the way, by watering down their workers' rights plans after being lobbied by the businesses and specifically the head of the CBI, whilst having a policy researcher for the CBI as an MP Keir Starmer, that is. They have also refused to back junior doctors' pay restoration and have undermined the rail strikes. If you care about the trade union movement, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Labour will not lift the two-child benefit cap, keeping 500,000 children in poverty. This will keep the scandal of universal credit and will the Tories' vile sanctions regime. They will also keep the lifting of the cap. One of them described Labour as a bunch of C-words and went after that, and has also joined plenty of other. They are all welcome in Starmer's Labour Party, yet Jeremy Corbyn is not. Labour are still seeking advice from Peter Mandelson as well, by the way, so that probably doesn't need much explanation. Starmer was a member of the Trilateral Commission. He has friends in the Britain America Project. The CPS destroyed his records of meeting with the United States around the extradition of Julian Assange. As DPP, he got people deported for stealing ice cream. He's nasty, he's vindictive, and he is an authoritarian who is in the pockets of the powerful. The Labour Party are now funded by billionaires rather than normal people. The trade unions have had to drop funding due to their internal betrayals. Hundreds of thousands of members have left or have been kicked out. Do you think these billionaires are now donating to Labour Party politics? You should not vote for the Labour Party. Keir Starmer betrayed the people of Liverpool by writing in The Sun. He is endorsed by the Murdoch-backed Times. He is also backed by the right-wing Economist magazine. I should not vote for the Labour Party. Tomorrow, the Tories will be toast. Labour are 20 points ahead in the polls and abandon all of the things that you believe in just to replace the Tories with Tories in red ties. They don't need your vote to gain a huge majority. And if you do them to gain a huge majority, whilst they want by moving to the right and still rely on your vote. Luckily for all of us, though, hope has a new home. Hope actors. They will take control of our water industry, end the scandal of sewage dumping by bringing rights, funding for cooperative ownership and community wealth building, and ending of arms sales to Israel, and indeed holding Israeli politicians to account with sanctions. It is a party funded by people who wants progressive policy, who wants to help the poorest in society, be a force for international peace and justice. Please back me by joining and voting MPs. How many that we get, hopefully as much as to see that in Parliament, you have to vote for it. So please vote Green.
Okay. Following. God. Alan, typing. Brilliant. Bye everyone. 6 Beast.